¿Qué tal? Buenas tardes. Y aquí los del Play Red Live para ofrecerles la transmisión íntegra del partido que se celebrará en el Wanda Metropolitano entre el Atlético de Madrid y el Real Mallorca. Un partido importante, sobre todo porque el conjunto mallorquinista no acaba de sacar los puntos adelante y evidentemente sería un golpe de efecto bastante interesante ganar en el Wanda Metropolitano. Vemos aquí a los jugadores del Real Mallorca hace nada, hace escasos 3 minutos, saliendo de su hotel de concentración en dirección al Wanda Metropolitano. Vemos ahí al delegado del equipo achando, dejando la mochila. Vemos ahí animando, compartiendo animosamente una charla Jordi Embula, también Dominic Griff, Aleix Febas. Van entrando Íñigo Ruiz de Galardos poco a poco a ese bus del conjunto mallorquín a un estadio magnífico donde, nada, en pocos instantes iremos para nuestro narrador y también con nuestro comentarista, que hoy Juanjo ha ido hacia Madrid para disfrutar in situ de este estadio maravilloso que es conjunto mallorquinista, con unas estadísticas que no son favorables en los últimos enfrentamientos. Hace mucho tiempo el conjunto mallorquinista no saca los 3 puntos de ahí. Sí que es cierto que ha sacado empates y ha logrado grandes puntos en ese estadio, pero en los últimos hace mucho tiempo, se ganó hace mucho tiempo con un gol de Jonás, fue la última del conjunto mallorquinista en feudo. Ahí vemos cómo Pablo Bafeo levanta el puño en dirección a algún que otro aficionado que le dará ánimos. También uno de los últimos en entrar a este bus es Bab, que pues en este caso es el jugador, el más rezagado en salir de ese hotel de concentración. Como decimos, el partido de hoy es cierto que sobre el papel, teóricamente, es un partido muy difícil, pero ya hemos visto durante esta temporada que el conjunto mallorquista ha disputado grandes encuentros en grandes feos. No hace falta recordar esa derrota por la mínima en el minuto 93, fruto de un rebote en el Real de Arena ante la Real Sociedad, ese empate a 2 también remontado in extremis por el conjunto local en Mestalla ante el Valencia, donde en el minuto 90 el Mallorca ganaba 2-0-2 en este caso, y también grandes partidos ante grandes equipos en casa, como por ese gran partido contra el Sevilla en el Visit Mallorca Stadium. Evidentemente la empresa no va a ser fácil, el conjunto mallorquinista llega a alguna que otra baja aún importante, habiendo recuperado a Kubo, que puede ser seguramente de inicio, pero sí de refresco, un jugador importante. Lo demostró aliándose de una manera sensacional con el otro asiático de la plantilla, con el otro hacia la plantilla.
Two Asian football players on the team made an excellent alliance the last time they were on the pitch together, which was in the Mallorca Stadium against Getafe recently. Like Luis García Plaza was saying, they work very well together, but of course there is some work to do there on that front. But they are definitely together as a pair, a force to be reckoned with. Of course, they are young, but they're extremely well prepared, which are able to give massive bouts of joy to the Mallorca fans, of course. So they're up against today to the Atlético Madrid team, who have won the last 10 out of a possible 12 points. Of course, so even though Mallorca are doing still absolutely fine on the league table, it is time to start getting those points on the board in order to be comfortable in the league. Because at the moment, the top places on the board are quite difficult, and they're everything's to play for there. So hopefully now the results will start showing for Mallorca and will be deserving of the performances they've been putting in recently. Because to be able to gain some points and go a couple of positions up the leaderboard would of course give us a degree of calmness that is much needed. So yes, so we are now waiting for the team to arrive at the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium. So actually perfect timing, because we are looking at the underground tunnel of the stadium.
Y también en el Wanda Metropolitano sabrá de lo que Vicente Calderón estaba en la zona del andén de pirámides, muy cerca, podríamos decir que de uno de los centros.
So anybody who has been in the Vicente Calderón Stadium and the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium in Madrid, it is quite a central stadium, very close to the city. That's the Real Madrid one, whereas this one, on the other hand, is pretty far away from the centre of the city. Obviously, we're familiar because we saw a Champions League final be played there between Tottenham. So we're now watching the players as well as the coaches come off the bus now. We can see Felix there, the physical preparation coach. We're looking at Manolo Reina and Franco Russo there. Jaume Costa, who's played against Atlético de Madrid so many times, both in the Mallorca shirt and in a Valencia shirt. Then there's Pablo Maffeo coming in there, making their way into the magnificent stadium. Up against also a magnificent looking Atlético Madrid, which at the moment are 7 points behind Real Madrid. But if they did win today, of course, they would overtake Seville, who are currently second on the board. However, when Seville did come to Mallorca to play Real Mallorca, they only managed a draw with that disallowed goal by the bar. So we will be going to the stadium very shortly, where we have Albert Salas and Juanjo Doblas there waiting for us today as guest commentators in the stadium. There's always a couple of players that are, they prefer to come off the bus at their own time and make their way slowly into the stadium with their music and everything. So yeah, so a great thanks to our videographer Carlos, who is always there ready and waiting to get the best images of the team pre-match. Lots of players who are aware of the importance of these kind of matches, of course. So all of the players are now in the stadium. So we are going to kind of introduce you to the connection points that we're going to have today, which is going to be a very interesting and important match, of course, for both teams. So if we can, we will go first to our colleague who is in the Mallorca stadium with Esteban Ramon. Que no es mala plaza, no le culparemos por eso, no se ha ido al Martínez Valero, con todos los respetos, se ha ido a un estadio, podríamos decir una de las catedrales del fútbol español. Toni Suau, ¿qué tal? Buena tarde. So we're here with Toni Suau. So good afternoon. So the first question is, what do you expect from the match today? Well, we expect a match that, like Mallorca played against Real Sociedad. So Atletico should be in control of the match, of course. They should carry the weight, but Mallorca needs to bring out all their weapons and hope to minimize any damage. and bring out all their top quality players and strikers, and hopefully cause some damage, who at the moment are looking like a very solid team. Yeah, so they have had some great matches and some great stadiums. Of course, we'll forget about the Bernabeu match, of course. But Mallorca is usually very fearless against very big rivals. Yeah, I think that's something that is helped along by the coach, Luis Garcia. And I think their players are showing excellent projection, and I think they're holding their own very well in First Division. And those are doubts and nerves and stuff that are completely natural. But they are very competitive and they're doing very well, so hopefully today they can try and scrape some points there. So thank you very much, Tony, and we will be talking more to you later. But we do have somebody here to talk to us in the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium. So we are going to the stadium to talk to here with a special guest today. So good afternoon. So yeah, you look like you're just about to come on to play or something. Yeah, I hope Mallorca has a good match because it's not an easy stadium. But yeah, it's not going to be easy. How do you remember your first victory for Mallorca? Well, actually, you've only just made me realize now that when I won on the Atlético Stadium, that was the first time Mallorca won there. But yeah, it was my first cup goal against Atlético. And it was a great feeling, of course. We'd come from a 0-0 draw. And I think after that match, the team just went onwards and upwards. I mean, to score against one of these big Madrid teams is something that I'll never forget. Yes, you were part of the historic team that came up from the second B division all the way up to top tier football. You know, you were always up and down on the leaderboard. Yes, you kind of set the ball rolling for that Mallorca team that ended up in the European Cup and everything. Yeah, it was the beginning. Mallorca had been going through some really difficult situations. As we climbed up through the divisions, we just kept gaining in confidence. We had a team quite similar to the one today, actually. But yeah, it was some really good players that came right down from third division all the way up to top tier football. So I think they do have the chance of doing a good match because they started the season excellently, and we seem to have lost our rhythm slightly, but there's more than enough time to pick it back up. Yeah, so that's the thing. They did start very well, and since then it seems that there's all these points that keep slipping through our fingers, you know, in all these different matches. And now it seems like the team can't reach those 3 points in matches. Yes, they're competing well, but it seems that in both areas we're losing a bit of strength. After the fourth, fifth match and leg of the league, it seems that we are missing a little bit of the fluidity that we had at the beginning of the season. And we're seeing that in the results, and yeah, it's getting harder now, but we really hope that we can get those points. So you've experienced that euphoria of going almost 3 leagues up all of a sudden and then go back down again, and then winning again in really historic and important stadiums. But yeah, we can't forget that the team have only just made it back up into top tier football. Because maybe it's my personal opinion, but it's maybe not the strength of the team, but it's more like the speed of the ball, right? Yeah, for sure, because you defend the same as when you're in second division, but the response to the ball of the opposing team is what's different. You know, the shots at goal are less when you're in second division, and the balls that are on target are much fewer. But yeah, the team is giving some really good vibes and some really good sensations, and we just have to recover that speed and that freshness with the ball. I think in defense of what they've done in their recent matches, I think we will bring it back and we'll become a team to be reckoned with. So what's your prediction about today? Well, there's going to be some difficulties, of course. No top tier league matches are easy. And it depends how we come out today. If we come out strong, and if we come out at the beginning of this, like at the beginning of the season, then we have some chances. If luck is on our side, then we could do something important. We could have some good results. Because it is something that we need, because even though we do have a fair amount of points, of course. So everybody knows about Atlético Madrid fans, because of course they are the staunch defenders of their team, of course. La sensación es que Atlético, aunque le cueste, saca los partidos adelante siempre por esa garra, pero también por la. So even though some people are criticizing the Atlético decisions recently, they're still bringing out excellent matches and performances, right? Yeah, Simeone's decisions are being criticized. Because I think he slowly built up an excellent team. I think he's built it up from the building blocks from nothing. I think before this coach, they were always around 10th on the league board, and since he's been there, he's just improved them greatly. So it does seem like it's a team where everybody works together, right? Because they all work for one main objective. Yeah, I think that is the basis of a good team. They work really hard, they work very well, and it's all about collective and collaborative work. But of course also they have extremely good football players. It won't be easy, but we can't lose heart. We've got to stay excited. And we've got to give those 11 boys have got to give their all as soon as the referee blows his whistle. So despite the recent results, what are you feeling about the Mallorca team when we look at our main goal this season, which is to stay in top tier football? I think they're going to manage it. I don't think it's easy, but I think the quality of the players is going to count for something. They play well with the ball, and they just need to work on their speed on the lines, and I get the feeling that they're going to be able to remain in top tier football. So thank you very much, Juan Luis, for being with us in this pre-match coverage. I hope that you don't suffer too much watching the match today. And congratulations for you for all your previous achievements with Mallorca in these magnificent stadiums that you've played in. So we can only hope that today the result is similar for this Mallorca team. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for remembering me and calling for me today. So yes, Juan Luis there, who scored in Vicente Calderón. First time that Mallorca had scored against Atlético Madrid. We will be hearing from Mallorca's second coach very shortly. I'm not sure if we can go to the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium, but no, it seems like they're still setting up and finishing up there. So while we wait for Pedro Rostoy with Tony Suau, we're going to continue talking to Tony Suau about today's match. So to have a look at certain players, you know, Griezmann, Koke, Luis Suarez. So it's quite strange, no? Because obviously you can look at the whole team as in general. Yeah, Atlético is a really solid block, where they try and keep up a defensive strength. For Simeone, he just wants to keep the goal in on nil, and they're going to try and focus it all on the attack. If you focus on one particular player, then you're not really focusing on destroying these excellent tactics that they have. So I guess Mallorca does try and do the same tactics as Atlético does. Because when they do carry the match, they're not really used to have to cover all the gaps and play between lines, because they're more about direct football, and they put all their trust in Griezmann and all these, you know, and Llorente and Luis Suarez quality with the ball. So they might be a bit overwhelmed when they have to carry the match. Yeah, when a team closes them off and plays them at their own game, they start to have difficulties, to find all these lines to pass the ball through, and putting some weight onto their midfielders, and trying to find the weak points of their the opposing team. So so they're much more confident and much more comfortable going for direct passes and direct play. So Griezmann, who's the last one to get into the team, and now he's had some time to acclimatize to the team, because last year when he arrived, it wasn't perhaps so easy for him to do so. So what do you think Griezmann brings to the team? Yeah, Griezmann is a player who moves between the lines. He looks for the balls and he's always looking to go up against the midfielders. He's a connection to go towards Luis Suarez. He really connects with the midfield very well if the strikers are not ready to receive the ball. So what do you expect from Mallorca today? I think Mallorca is going to come out like when they played Real Sociedad. When they have the ball, trying to maintain the ball. They're not going to shy away from protagonism. They're going to try and go towards that goal from the very beginning, and hopefully break through that Atlético's offensive block. So Kangin Lee and Kubo together. Yeah, so they've obviously generated lots of opportunities. You know, you can tell there's something going on there when they're playing together. You know, in that kind of hot red zone of the pitch. But of course, we've got to try for them not to be defending at any point, which is, you know, because obviously we've got to try and keep our goal at nil, right? Yeah, for a team like Mallorca, obviously it's about balance. Because of course they've got a responsibility when they don't have the ball. Yes, so we can just see there the image waiting for Pedro Rostoy to come on. It's the press conference area in the Wanda Metropolitan. So we guess that Pedro Rostoy is talking to Movistar at the moment, but any moment we're expecting him now. So we will be live with him soon. So thinking about this match and analysing it. So Kangin Lee and Take are two very important players. But I feel like maybe they're not very used to defending, you know, they're not cocky, they're not Lorente. They know that they have to put the work in at the back of the pitch to then enjoy at the top of the pitch. But it's that feeling of giving it their all on the pitch for their team, right? Which is good on a destructive level as well, because they're not shy to work. Yeah, like Kangin Lee against Valencia. He tries to be solidary with the team. He tries to be good with the team. He tries to put pressure. Sometimes that leads him to commit these fouls, of course. So, do you think that's something you can learn? How do you teach a player that doesn't know how to defend? Well, it's not that they don't know how to defend. It's that they're used to making the most of every time they receive the ball. I think that's all about learning about their relationship with their teammates. And all about realizing and knowing that sometimes they have to occupy individual spaces of defense when they have the ball. And you can train that, of course. And they are young players with loads of potential, so I'm sure they'll learn very quickly. Yeah, so of course, talking about young players, do you think you can tell when you see one of those players and you know that you can teach him certain things about defense? Or do you think that sometimes you can see them and you think, oh, we need to definitely put these on a leash and bring them back to him and not get them overexcited? Yeah, I think definitely you can tell that these two are good with their teammates. You know, they know that they want to attack, but they also are aware of the fact that their team needs them at the back as well, and that they need me there so that then maybe me or another teammate can go ahead and attack. So somebody like Abdon Pratt on the team. So who's an all right player, on a quality level. But the way he is with the rest of the team gives him a plus because he puts in the hard work, he's a fighter, he always throws himself onto the pitch, and I think that is the perfect thing that makes Luis García Plaza trust him. I think that's what we really like as coaches. Just to interrupt you, but we are going to go and hear from Pedro Rostoy, that's my fault completely, and we're going to go and hear from the second coach there in the Metropolitan Stadium. Yeah, we're excited to put out a good image of ourselves today. We can see some changes in the team today. Tak is not starting. Abdon is there on the edge of the pitch. Yeah, we're going to give him some minutes gradually so that he is comfortable and feeling good.
Cuando tengamos que sacarlo, lo sacaremos, pero simplemente es eso, ¿no? Que él vaya cogiendo sensaciones. Y la opción de Abdón, pues, como digo, siempre me preguntáis, ¿no? Es una opción que este partido nos puede venir bien y no hemos dudado en hacerlo.
Ángel está bien, ¿no?
And yeah, I think we think Abdon can be great for us today, and that's why we've put him on. But yeah, Ángel is fine too.
Partido importante que tienen de Champions, pero pese a meter cambios, el 11 es un 11 totalmente de garantía, ¿no?
El nivel del equipo yo creo que no baja, ¿no? Hace cambios.
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter what 11 Atlético puts out, the level doesn't decrease.
Es el partido más importante ahora mismo y que
I think right now this is going to be the most important match for us. And it's going to require that we give our all, and we're just going to have to come out and, you know, they are an amazing figure in the league, and they play very intensely. And I don't think the level of the team could be altered by any changes. So we've come from a King's Cup match on Wednesday. They stayed last night in Madrid already. So how has it been being in the capital? Yeah, it's been good. We've been training with no incidents, very calmly, comfortably. There's been no unexpected events. And the boys are feeling good and looking forward. So it'll be the first time for some to visit a stadium like this today. So nervous, right? Yeah, it's the first time for me too. And it is nerve-wracking. But I think more than anything, eagerness for the boys. So thank you very much and good luck. So Pedro Rostoy's words there in this pre-match coverage. Yes, so we were talking about Abdón, and curiously, that is what Pedro Rostoy explained then. We'll be talking about that with Albert and Juanjo Doblas. So back to you now, Tony. So Abdón is on the team today, on the lineup. So that plus there is because of his dedication to the team and his hard-working ethic, which gives him kind of extra quality points, which kind of maybe sets him apart from players like Ángel Rodríguez. I think maybe Luis García thought that Abdón would be great because he's great at giving free kicks as well. He can be in defense. He can move around the pitch in different positions, which might be necessary today. But he's good at facing the goal. He's good against the goal. He's good at helping out his teammates, and that might be great for the match today. Yes, so that is news for us. Abdón will be in the final lineup in the match today. We are going to take a break now. We're going to go to an ad break.
He dar-me el ferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu.
Ja diem què passa, no sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
llenan venidos tu vuelo. Y tú decides disfrutarlos o soñarlos en asientos. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros o no. Pero un consejo: decide llegar tan como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa, tú
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas. Financia ahora al 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 a 600.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Pues cuando quedan prácticamente 55 minutos para que dé arranque el choque en el Wanda
So
Metropolitano,
about
nosotros vamos
50
allá.
minutes
El
now
pool tiene
until
el
kickoff,
Play Live en el
and
Wanda
we're going to
Metropolitano
go
y
to the
conectamos
stadium
con
now
Albert Salas y también con Juanjo
to
Doblas,
talk to
que
Albert
ha
Salas
decidido,
and Juanjo
no es mala
Doblas,
idea, irse a Madrid para presenciar in situ
who has
este
made
Atlético de
his
Madrid
way
Mallorca
to
Real
Madrid
Madrid
to
Real.
witness this match today. Yes, so good afternoon from the stadium here, Wanda Metropolitan Stadium. It's an incredible atmosphere. It almost seems like a heavy metal concert rather than a football match. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be amazing. Yeah, so 5-star stadium here with the music on, of course. So just to go through the lineup, we are going to go through Atletico's lineup too. Looking at the final lineup, it does seem that they have 1 or 2 injuries, but obviously Simeone has thought out his lineup very well, for sure. Yeah, I don't trust this lineup that Simeone is going to bring out. They do have a very important match on Tuesday against Oporto. So we're going to go through it now. So there's Llorente there on the right, Rudy on the left, Felipe and Savage defending, Koke in the midfield, left wing, De Paul on the right wing, Correa, and then Cunha there up the top with Griezmann there up the top as well, striking today. Obviously we have to give thanks that Suarez is off today, but there's still Griezmann there, of course. Yeah, I mean Atletico Madrid are 3rd currently on the league board. We're playing here in their stadium, which, unless I'm wrong, they haven't lost a match yet this year. So it's going to be very complicated, but they need to come out concentrated and intensely. And I think we have to try and scrape at least 1 point today. So we'll see today how both teams are looking, but we can't judge this lineup by Atletico, but they also have to be careful with us too, because we really need those 3 points. Of course, we have to think about their bench as well. They've got 8 on the bench. They've got Joao Felix, they've got Luis Suarez, Versalico's there, and Ibrahim is there. Yes, so for Mallorca, we've got Manolo Reina in goal. We've got Maffeo and Costa at the back. Mid defenders, we've got Valiant and Russo. Midfield, we've got Baba and Galarreta. Then we've got Antonio Sanchez, Kangin Lee and Danny Rodriguez. And then right up the top, We've got Abdon Prats there today, who is going to be striking for Mallorca today. So what an amazing stage for them to show what they're worth.
Yo siempre lo he dicho, ¿no? La delantera o esa segunda línea ofensiva que en Mallorca, cualquiera de los jugadores son jugadores de muy alta calidad.
I always say that Mallorca has excellent offensive players this year. Of course, some of them are going to have better days than others. But I think a lot of players really will rise to the challenge when you're up against a rival like Atlético in a stadium like this one. And I think hopefully today one of them could find a chance at scoring. I think obviously being at home as well, they're all going to try and come on very strongly, and they're going to try and score in front of their fans. But yeah, they've just got to hold them off. They're going to come out all guns blazing, and we've got to try and put up a wall against that. Yeah, we just can't do a repetition of the Mallorca match against Real Madrid. Yeah, they're going to go out with give it their all, Atlético, in the first 20-25 minutes and try and make the other team suffer and stay up the defensive part of the pitch. I think at least we need to maintain a 0-0 at half-time and try and get Atlético a bit nervous and hopefully do some damage. I think we all know the quality that Mallorca has, but they just need to sharpen their tools today. So Manolo Reina is coming on now to warm up. Luis V, his the goalkeeper's coach. Obviously, we saw that in the King's Cup match of the day, De Graaf came on as a goalkeeper, and he put in an excellent performance as well, saving a penalty. Because, like Luis Garcia always says, De Graaf could come on at any moment. Yeah, because we knew from the reports that we were getting that he's a very confident goalkeeper. His height and his wingspan is great as well. But we have to give him time. You know, he's come from a completely different culture, country, completely different rhythm, but he has great potential. But he needs to wait his turn. I think King's Cup matches like the other day give him the confidence he needs. So, talking about Mallorca holding the other team off today, we also have a good bench, of course. We've got Ángel there on the bench, who is ready and raring to go if he was needed. Kubo is also there, of course. So hopefully they can come on and do some damage in the right moment. Yes, they will know exactly at what time to bring on these players to do these kind of rotations. So Kubo or Ángel, they will come on and do some damage in the attacking sense. But hopefully we can reach half-time with 0-0, and then that way the second half would be a completely different match. You know, Atlético always tries to come out and do some damage in the first 20 minutes, so if we manage to hold them off from then, I think that would be a great achievement. Well, even though they've got an important match on Tuesday, of course, obviously, they're the current league champions, which there's a lot riding on this for them as well. Obviously, I've been reading a lot about the team this week. So obviously we'd just like to say hi and thank you to our colleague Dani Barjacoba, who would love to be here reporting, but unfortunately he has a very sore throat today. You know, and we know it's very difficult for Dani to remain quiet, but he is definitely on voice rest, vocal rest. But yeah, for me it's great to be here with you guys. I'm really happy that you invited me to come along. I've never been to the stadium before, and you know, just looking at the grass, it makes you feel like you want to run onto the pitch and try and shoot a goal. Yeah, so Danny was passing us some statistics, and they've, you know, Atletico have got the last 10 out of a possible 12 points. So obviously you've got to contextualize Atletico, right? You know, they're the current winners of the league, you know, they're the current league champions, and they're up against all these rivals. Yeah, I think the word is experience, right? You know, the pressure that are on these teams is incredible. And everybody expects the best from them. We are a humble team, of course, who obviously are doing very well. And we know that our players work really well. So even though you play with 11 beasts on the pitch like Atletico does, there could be, you know, you never know what's going to happen. There could be a red card, there could be a penalty. So I think everything is to play for, and it will be shown on the pitch tonight. So another thing as well, we're better than an atmosphere like this to change that dynamic that Mallorca has been having this last couple of matches and last couple of weeks. Because obviously they're going to come out today and have to try and play the best they can, try and create some damage. Because yeah, Mallorca are known for, especially this year, playing well against big rivals, so they have to bring out their best version of themselves. Well, I would like to say that nowadays we have the clear example in Vallecas. You know, everybody has the image of Rayo Vallecano as being a quite an inferior team, and then they played a really lovely match. So it just goes to show how complicated matches can be. And then about breaking the dynamic in a stadium like this, that would be ideal. You know, the press and the people are talking about a crisis in the team because of recent results. But I've been interviewed about this recently, and I think we need to take the word crisis out of the picture. I think obviously we have to try and get the 3 points, but with our points and with our performances in comparison to the teams that we have behind us, it's incredible the difference in level and quality. I mean, today obviously would be a very difficult match for us to get the 3 points in. But with a rival like the one today, in a stadium like the one today, and if Abdon could score in a stadium like this, it would just be incredible. But yeah, all these points that we can, little points, even if they're 1 point per match that we can collect, they're all priceless, right? Yeah, because it's like Luis Garcia says, it's a sensation of moving forward, but it's a bit too slowly, right? Yeah, there's always that fear there, of course, because when we're at this point of the competition now, it's always like, oh, there's those points that we could have got on the way. But anybody who follows football, and you look at last year's second division, you know, we were so good in that situation. I think what Mallorca fans need to be happy about is that the team's proposal and aim is always to play. But yeah, we need to be a bit more on target. Hopefully there are some good shots on target today by our players. Because I think as soon as we can manage to get that down to a T, I think we're gonna go crazy. Yes, so we can see some more players coming on now to start warming up. You know, Oblak is playing today in goal for Atletico, and what a goalkeeper. They were in the Marca award ceremony with Luis Garcia recently. And Luis Garcia was saying how good they were last season. So we are going to go back to Carles now. So that's enough from the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium at the moment. And back to you. So thank you, Juanjo. Thank you, Albert.
Al que tenemos sin voz. Para eso va muy bien. Las infusiones de erismo, que es una raíz que para los que hemos hecho radio tanto tiempo es un indispensable.
So for Danny, who still has a sore throat and is on vocal rest, we recommend him some hot teas infused with some things that are going to help that better. And I'll be sure to message him now and give him some pointers. So there will be 5 minutes before we see the players come on to warm up. So we're going to be with you after the ad break.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo y decides disfrutarlos o soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo. Y de llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa. Tú decides.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Tienen aquí imágenes del calentamiento de Atlético de Madrid.
Yes, so we are looking at some images now of Atletico warming up. Obviously, some very concentrated people here. Obviously, they're chasing Seville and Real Madrid on the leaderboard. But obviously, they also have to think about their Portugal League final against Porto on Tuesday.
De finales de diciembre y sobre todo la eliminatoria de octavos de final prevista para mediados de febrero, porque ya saben que cuando acabe la fase de grupos de la Champions se toma un descanso.
Because obviously they know that when the group stages are over for the Champions League, there is a bit of a break, and then they pick it back up around the end of February, which also will be around the time of the end of the King's Cup in Spain as well.
Inglaterra y bueno, vemos las imágenes también ahí del Mallorca, que también ha salido a calentar ahora mismo el equipo.
Yes, and we're also seeing some images of the Mallorca team warming up. Kang In Lee there. Baba is also there, we can see. Definitely a key figure to recover the balls on the pitch. Valjean there, who's also having a very good season with Franco Russo, who've had to kind of seal Mallorca's defence in the face of Raillo's injury on his foot, which has lasted for the totality of the season so far. And like Luis Garcia said, we cannot expect him to be back before end of January, beginning of February at best. However, his absence is being very well filled by Franco Russo and Martin Valjean.
Las imágenes del conjunto del Atlético, ahí vemos la imagen de Rodrigo de Paul.
So Rodrigo de Paul there with his very characteristic hairstyle and haircut. Danny Rodriguez there greeting some people in the stands who must have been cheering him on. But of course, extremely focused. And it is very important to cheer on our boys as well. So we must remember that after the match in Mestalla, the Mallorca fans have been able to travel to away football matches again. And like Juanjo was saying, it is an absolute delight to travel to this stadium because it is a magnificent light show, colour show, the quality of the grass, which we could already see when the match was, when the stadium was empty before the match.
En medio para los que lo puedan disfrutar de un puente, pues veremos a ver.
Yes, of course, it is a difficult access to the stadium and the fact that we are in the middle of a bank holiday, but it is a magnificent stadium anyhow.
Vemos ahí la imagen de Jan Oblak. Estaban hablando Alberto.
So we're watching Jan Oblak here warming up on screen.
Ha ganado nada más y nada menos que 5 Zamoras. 5 Zamoras.
Yes, so he has an excellent goalkeeper. In the Marca Awards the other day, he has won 5 Zamora Awards for Best Goalkeeper. So it's, I think, and if I'm not wrong, it's his 5th consecutive Zamora Award.
Víctor Valdés consiguió, creo que son 5, pero no fueron consecutivos.
Victor Valdés previously did achieve 5, but they were not consecutive. So that just goes to show the astonishing level of this man and the decision-making of Simeone and of the man who is in the middle of those Atletico players, who is the one that guarantees that his team runs non-stop from the first right up until the 90th minute. We can see Danny Rodriguez there and Pablo Maffeo.
Me da la sensación que el conjunto mallorquinista va a vestir de blanco.
It seems, judging by their shorts, that they will come out in their white kits today. Yes, so it's all to see how it goes after their very good performances up against very difficult rivals, such as the one in Mestalla, for example, which, yes, they were not able to get the points in because of that counter-attack in the 93rd minute. But yes, we're seeing the images now of the spectacular Colosseum with a huge Atlético flag. It's actually enormous. Even looking at it from this perspective here, you can tell just how large it is. Yes, so to the left there, we can see those 4 towers of the Paseo of Castellana, which is where teams such as Barça usually stay when they play here. So obviously, and they're very used to hosting the Real Madrid team as well.
Es muy difícil que los equipos grandes se concentren una noche antes del partido, aunque Luis García Plaza acostumbra hacerlo, así que para tener.
But we know that now it is quite difficult for a team to all be staying in a certain hotel the night before a match, although Luis García is very fond of doing this. He likes to have them all together in a hotel. He likes them all to bring out the best in each other. And yes, as we've been saying, what we can expect from the boys today is for them to give their all and to compete and to leave everything on the pitch today, which is what we have been seeing them do. We can't expect a certain result from who usually wins. You know, we just need to have a look at Barça, who is losing 1-0 against Betis right now in the 88th minute. It's a very clear example of the fact that even the big guys sometimes lose. But if we can be proud of one thing in the Mallorca clubs, and especially the fans, is that we always face up to the challenge and we're always there ready to fight against our rivals. And that is the only thing we can really expect from the boys today. Hopefully the results will follow. So we are going to go back to the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium, where we can go through to Albert and Juanjo Doblas. So I'm very jealous of the of how Juanjo has managed to get there today, but look at his the excitement on his face. But yeah, it's definitely cold there, right? Yeah, it is a bit chilly, I'm not going to lie.
Está un poquito alejado de lo que es la zona más céntrica o más tapadita, ¿no? Estamos un poco
yeah, it's a little bit far out in the sticks in comparison to the city centre, but we can't expect anything else. We are in December. But yeah, as Mallorcans, we always complain about the cold and the wind and everything, the bad weather. But yeah, this is a temple of football. You know, Carlos, I love being next to you. I always learn a lot for you, but I just had to leave you in Mallorca today. You know, duty called, and I just had to be here to witness this. Yeah, I mean, if you abandon me for the Wanda Stadium, then that's fine. But seeing as you're there, you've got to come back with 3 points for us. Oh yeah, that's why I'm here, to report on a Mallorca win, for sure. Yes, so we are well placed here, watching both teams warm up. We can see lots of Mallorca fans who've also taken their seats already now in the Metropolitan Stadium. I was a bit of an early riser today, earlier than Dani and Juanjo. I took the 8:30 flight, and it was packed with Mallorca fans. It was full of shirts and Mallorca scarves, so there are people that are very eager to watch top-tier football and Mallorca participating in it. And we always love away matches as well. It's lovely to see the team travel and face up to their rivals. You know, people say how Mallorcan people are quite closed off, but not at all. We like being here and away and to live the experience of watching an away match in a stadium like this. You know, if we think about that Bernabeu match, which was a midweek match, there was already an enormous amount of fans there, but here now on a bank holiday as well, it's going to be packed. Seeing lots of Mallorcans in Madrid all day. We saw lots of Mallorca shirts. We saw actually some acquaintances as well. And I think that's what we need to kind of value from a match like today, and we need to enjoy the fact that they're here. And yeah, as we were saying, you know, Mallorca fans, we love to be here to support the team wherever they go. And in a stadium like this, it's you know, you enjoy right from the off. And it's just a joy to see all these people here. And yes, there are a lot of people, you know, I actually said hello earlier when we were live. There are some people that I haven't seen since before COVID. So it's quite unexpected and kind of odd to see them here now, but you can see the smiles on their faces, how happy they are to be back here and, you know, to see this match up against a Mallorca that is so eager to bring out everything that they have. But yes, where everybody seems so happy to be here, to be lucky enough to be here. After 2 seasons with closed doors when it was away matches. Yes, we've got to remember that that's the thing. It's so exciting, the fact that we are a top tier league team. And we do deserve to play on in stadiums like this. And of course, Atlético is thinking about other things. We can't be complacent about that. But I hope we bring out a dangerous Mallorca today. But yeah, the essence of the team is the dedication and the hard work. But yeah, we need to take advantage of any early scoring opportunities. But yeah, it's a day to avoid a draw, to you know, and to bring us forward from those draws. Yes, so as we can see, Baba there and all the rest of the Mallorcan players warming up. He's a very important figure in the team today because of his way of recovering the ball, his position on the pitch, working with Galarreta.
Sí, hoy los jugadores que hacen más esa función de stoppers, ¿no? de recuperadores son muy importantes y Baba hoy va a tener un gran trabajo que hacer.
Yes, I mean, they're so important, these kind of players, and Baba has a lot of work to do today. I think the first minutes of the match are going to be extremely important. We've got to try and build a wall against the attack from Atlético in the first part of the match. They're going to try and score very early on. And Baba's going to be one of those key figures to try and stop that happening. Galarreta needs to step up today and play very well too. Kang In Lee needs to show his bravery on the pitch as well. And of course, the ones that are looking to put on a performance are Atlético because we're playing in their stadium, but we need to face that challenge. So we're going to go and ask Tony Swao, who is in the Mallorca stadium. So of course there are so many technicians who live and breathe top tier football. So obviously you know that it's going to be a complicated match, especially when it's away. But where do you think the key points are to hold off Atlético? I think they need to have some solid defense work. They need to make Atlético a bit nervous, grow with the ball. They need to give a lot of importance to Kang In Lee's the ball. Baba will have to literally multiply himself to reach all the balls that will reach him on the pitch. And yeah, just make the right decisions against Oblak's goal. Yeah, so we're just asking Carlos as well, you know, what is going on in the other matches that are happening right now? You know, Betis versus Barça. So yes, Barça have lost at home against Betis after a great goal by Canales. And Juanmi's goal, which has given Betis a very important victory.
Bueno, si le acompañan los resultados al Mallorca, ojo que se puede meter arriba, pues como el Barça sigue así, a lo mejor se pone por detrás del Mallorca y todo. O sea,
yes, for Barça it's very bad news, and you know, it's not even ludicrous anymore to think that if they carry on like this, they might end up behind Mallorca on the leaderboard.
Opción de tener que ganar para seguir la estela de los dos de arriba.
And yes, so there's an Atlético that needs to win today to follow the status of the two teams that are ahead of them. So yeah, so we are in a mature point of the league now. Things are getting serious and people are starting to cement their place on the leaderboard.
En un gran estado de forma. El otro día metió un hat-trick, ¿no?, contra el Levante 3-1 y hoy ha vuelto a mojar, ha vuelto a meter gol. Este delantero, para que veas, ¿no?, que a lo mejor no ficharon a William José, el Betis, pero mira, a veces es Juanmi, un jugador de ahí. Precisamente esta semana estaba escuchando una entrevista respecto a la previa de este Barça Betis a Lorenzo Serra Ferrer en Radio Marca, porque te he dicho que me
Yes, I was listening to a Marca interview. I've been reading a lot of reports about pre-match coverage ones. And it was an interview on Thursday talking about the signing of Juanmi in Betis, and yeah, there you go, a 1-0 win over Barça thanks to his goal. So everything is to play for. So it's a double battle really. Atletico to not lose their position on the leaderboard, who obviously they've got this they've got their derby coming up soon, and then they play Seville, and before that they've got their championship match against Porto. Yeah, and it's very difficult to plan these kind of matches. Yeah, matches are decided on the pitch. There's no team that you can say that have the 3 points for granted from the first minute. You know, the teams and the players that are in top tier football are there because they deserve to be there. They need to trust their coach. I need to highlight the importance of having players who are able to materialize scoring chances and that are always there to help get those 3 points. We know that Mallorca they're used to running, they're used to battling, they're used to giving their all. And if they're able today to hold them off and to build that wall against the other team, I think we are going to be able to scrape something today. But yeah, we do need to be a little bit more fine up the top to try and get those some goals in the back of the net. So Atletico players have gone into the changing rooms now. Match is kicking off in 13 minutes time. So there's the strikers and the forwards are shooting towards goal there on target, which we must point out they are all on target from where we can see here. So also talking about Antonio Sanchez, he didn't play against Getafe. He was in the lineup for the King's Cup match, and maybe they will need Antonio's pressure today. You know, somebody who really helps the wingers, which can help hold off the Atlético team. Yeah, I think that's key. When Luis Garcia moves the players around, he's thinking about the team they're up against. And having Antonio Sanchez in the wing maybe gives the team a certain dimension that having different forward doesn't provide the team with. He doesn't have the explosive speed that some other players have, but he's very good at positioning himself on the pitch. There's that feeling of he's always there, he's always where he needs to be on the pitch. You know, he did have a chance at scoring, and then he admitted himself afterwards that he overthought it, but the chance was there. He knows where to put himself on the pitch, he's always there ready to respond. Yeah, sometimes when I talk to people who follow the team, we often say that Antonio Sanchez is very rigorous tactically, which means that he's always there and he knows that the ball is coming towards him, and he has very high abilities, skills and qualities that the team really needs today. So we are going to go to a short ad break, 11 minutes away from kickoff. The stadium is still filling up, there's lots of space still left, and we'll be back with you very soon. Yes, so here we have the light show and the color show in the stadium. Well, it just makes you feel like you want to jump onto the grass in the stadium and start dancing. Yes, amazing AC/DC music here, setting the tone for the environment, for the atmosphere. We were just joking that what will be next is that they will be asking for money for the rights to this song now, for showing this on the YouTube channel. But yes, they are just saying the Atlético's lineup now on the megaphone. The players are about to come onto the pitch. So we're just going to go through the lineup with Oblak in goal, Felipe and Savic in the middle of the defence, De Paul and Condoglia midfield, Cunha and Griezmann striking, and Luis Suarez is on the bench. For Mallorca, we've got Manolo Reina, Maffeo and Costa, Russell and Valgent, Galarreta and Baba midfield, Sanchez, Kangin Lee, Dani Rodriguez up the top, and Abdon as the main striker today. Yes, Juanjo definitely let slip through a smile when we realised that the devil from Arta was coming on today as a striker, of course. Yes, I think it's great for him. He has been very lucky to play with the team today, and I think he's going to show what he's worth. It's great to have a Mallorcan player on the pitch. Obviously, we'll see what kind of tactical drawing Simeone puts on the pitch today. I think obviously they're definitely going to go for those 3 points right from the start. Yes, so in the cameras that show us the inside of the tunnels, we can see the players greeting each other inside the tunnels. So as a footballer and as a just as a spectator, everything's so big, isn't it? Yeah, I was saying to Danny earlier, I've played in Mestalla, I've played in other amazing stadiums, but to be honest, nothing can compare to what I'm experiencing in this stadium today. It's impossible for any top-tier football player to not come on raring to go onto a pitch like this. Yeah, because when you're on smaller and maybe lower quality stadiums, it's a different kind of romanticism, right? But yeah, the romanticism of the kind of vintage style of football had its charm for sure. But yeah, I remember being in the old Luis Sitjar Stadium where it was full of bumps in the midfield line. So to be here is just a spectacle, and I hope the players are as motivated as we are to be here. You know, I think the nice thing is that there are so many players who, especially in top tier football, have never played in an atmosphere like this before. Yes, because it was that time when we played here and we won with the goal by Carlos Castro. It was an amazing match that Abdon played again. It was a closed doors match. Martin Valgent was new to the team as well. I spoke to him that day. He seemed very shy, but just look at him now. He's one of the most important players on the team and one of the kind of an extremely key figure. So players for both teams now coming onto the pitch. Manolo Reina followed by his 10 teammates. Everybody doing their pre-match rituals now. So we can see lots of fans waving their scarves around. We should point out there are some free spaces still in the stands. But yes, the atmosphere 2 minutes away from kickoff is that everybody is definitely raring to go. Everybody is taking their positions now. So we're just going to hear the Atlético anthem.
Qué espectáculo, Juanjo, siempre ahí está el canto de guerra del Atlético de Madrid.
So the Atlético war chants there being sung.
Hay que escucharlo,
Sí, sí. Hay que respetar este tipo de atmósferas porque son
Of course, we have to
espectaculares,
listen to it and respect this type of atmosphere because it is amazing. And this is part of playing in top-tier football. It's this kind of shows that the stadiums and the fans can put on.
Sorteo ya de capitanes, ¿no? Entre Coque y también Manolo Reina, los jugadores ahí del Real Mallorca en el centro.
So it's the coin toss now between the captains, Coque and Manolo Reina, to see which half of the pitch they're going to start on.
Suposam que evidentment no és aquí, no pot viure aquest ambient. Tu tranquil, Toni, que
we do have Tony Swao there in the Mallorca Stadium that we will go and ask and speak with every so often. Obviously, we imagine that he would love to be in the stadium.
Que també a vegades jugar en aquest camp és un factor psicològic important, no?
But yes, obviously, to play in a stadium like this has a strong psychological effect on players, right? Yeah, you've got to make sure that you play it to your strengths and you take advantage of it. Yeah, you've got to try and do some damage right from the first couple of minutes. So now a minute of silence for Almudena Grandes, a journalist who sadly passed away this week. Yes, so minute of silence there for Almudena Grandes, an important Spanish writer. And we can now hear the Atlético fans starting to show their support for their team. Abdon and Danny are there, ready. Yes, so it'll be interesting to see if we start with long passes or if we go out on the attack. But yes, the first touches on the ball are definitely going to be nerve-wracking. So Valgent in possession, passes to Costa.
En esta defensa vemos que están dispuestos, los cambió el otro día, ¿no? Martín Valente en la izquierda, a Franco Russo por la derecha, se le preguntó en rueda de prensa, está a la disposición en estos momentos en el terreno de juego, ¿no?
So yes, Valgent was on the left and Maffeo was on and Russo was on the right recently. Yes, Russo's done some very good matches. But yes, the positioning of the players depends a lot on the team that you're up against.
Pues la lucha Pablo Maffeo, como siempre en el flanco derecho, la coge Adon Prats para Kangin intentaba combinar con Dani, al final el varón se va fuera.
Mallorca in possession there, Kangin Lee in possession, but the ball goes out. So there was an attempt at some offensive play there. Pablo Maffeo battling with every time he touches the ball.
En la combinación, luego ya preguntaremos, luego hablaremos según cómo se vaya entrando ya en el terreno de juego, los cambios, ¿no? El otro día tú habló sobre todo de ese factor con Taque Kubo, ¿no? De a ver lo que se podía probar o no, pero ya hablaremos de eso en el caso que coincidan y en el caso de que Taque Kubo entre en el terreno de juego, presión sobre Manolo Reina, al final el balón ha
Obviously, we will be talking about this later, and if whether Taque
balón.
Kubo will be coming on to the pitch at any point.
Es importante que los jugadores del Mallorca sean capaces de perder esto, ¿no? Al Atlético de Madrid como rival y que sean osados, ¿no? Que sean atrevidos a el balón en los pies.
Pues ahí está, ¿no?
It is very important that the Mallorca players are daring every time the ball reaches their feet.
Derecha, con Dobbia muy encimado, ¿no? Por jugadores del Mallorca que no tengan una buena salida limpia por esa parte. Incluso veíamos a Griezmann bajar a tocar el balón. Ahí la tiene Kangin Lee. No pita nada,
Kangin Lee in possession now for Mallorca.
Parecía que en esa presión no se suelen pitar, o no veo esta temporada pitar ninguna de estas faltas. Y menos si eres visitante, ¿no? En el Calderón, iba a decir, en el Wanda Metropolitano.
So it is always quite difficult to get a foul whistled against you, especially when you are up against a very good team and you're in their stadium. Yes, we definitely can't undermine the effect that the strong support of the fans has on the referee.
Se va moviendo alrededor, ¿no? Incluso Griezmann bajando mucho, ahora combina por la parte derecha Atlético de Madrid, intenta buscar.
So Atletico in possession, even Griezmann coming down to help there with the ball. Cunha tried to get some support from Llorente there.
La parte derecha, intentando siempre buscando salida limpia centro, pero también buscando las bandas. Presiona Jaume Costa, la internada del Atlético por la parte derecha. Cuidado porque ataca el Atlético de Madrid por la izquierda, por la derecha, y a punto.
Atletico there attacking on the left wing. And the number 12 for Atletico was very close to reach the second post there. They definitely made Mallorca move very swiftly there, and they put the pressure on.
Sí, que comentaba anteriormente, ¿no? De la importancia de las vigilancias defensivas, ¿no? El Atlético de Madrid, pues jugadores de un perfil ofensivo importante que se mueven muy bien.
Yes, that is the importance of being very watchful defensively.
Hemos podido ver que Antonio Sánchez está en la izquierda precisamente para intentar taponar las subidas de Marcos Llorente, porque es un jugador que muy profundo, que
tanto Marcos como Lodi ya hemos visto, ¿no? Han iniciado uno la jugada y el otro casi ha rematado en el segundo palo. O sea, aquí vemos, ¿no? Esa profundidad, ¿no? También esa salida sucia del balón. La tiene en estos momentos Cunha encara a Bali.
Yes, so Atletico in possession now, Cunha in possession, and it is out.
Franco Russo que pide disculpas. Dani Rodríguez dice a sus compañeros.
Franco Russo there apologizing. Dani Rodríguez telling his teammates to up the concentration.
Para Cuyo encarar a Martín Valient. Y gracias a Dios, así como ha intentado buscar, él se ha ido fuera, ¿no? Dos del Atlético de Madrid en poco tiempo.
So yes, there have been two chances for Atletico Madrid in the first 4 minutes of the match.
Acciones, ¿no? Que te ganan, en este caso por un error, antes por un 2 contra 1. Otra vez saca el largo Manolo Reina busca la parte
So Manolo Reina there kicking the ball out, a long pass out of the goal. Kangin Lee in possession.
Antonio era el que estaba ahí luchando, que casi ha cogido, como decíamos, siempre bien colocado balón. Ahora es Franco Russo el que no se ha complicado, la tira para
Franco Russo there. Antonio Sanchez is always there, knows exactly where he needs to be.
Yo diría que le ha tocado en el estómago, pero nada. El balón es a favor del Real Mallorca, la tiene en estos momentos. Saca de banda Maffeo.
Foul there for Mallorca, so it's a Maffeo is going to take this throw in.
En ese tipo de jugadas de Andón con Dobbia, pero Andón puede con ello, ¿no?
Sí, van a ser duelos importantísimos, ¿no? El Mallorca ha salido en estos 4 primeros minutos un poco nervioso con el balón en los pies. Sí que es cierto que en estos 4 minutos ha habido 2 jugadas peligrosas del Atlético de Madrid, pero es importante superar esa zona de presión, ¿no? Que está haciendo la liga, intentar pisar con balón el campo contrario, ¿no? En el momento que haga esto el Mallorca se va a soltar, tranquilizar un poco más, pero claro, es difícil porque en esos primeros minutos que Madrid está haciendo una presión alta.
Sí, que vemos ahí a esos dos delanteros, a
It is very difficult for Mallorca because they will manage to get into their stride, but they need to do it quickly because at the moment Atletico is piling the pressure on for them. Abdon passes to Kangin Lee, now passes to Galarreta. Abdon Prats in possession.
Pablo Maffeo tiene a Canguilí al lado, tiene ese pase el 10.
Passes back to Pablo Maffeo.
A esa bota mágica de Canguilí, que ya estaba haciendo el balón y estaba amagando ya con esa finta que al final ha conseguido. Pasa Martín Valen, buscaba a Jaume Costa, que se ha ido para arriba. Cuidado con estas jugadas.
Valgent and Costa now in possession. We've got to be careful with this type of play.
La parte izquierda la toca el Atlético de Madrid en el centro de la defensa. Savic para Jano Black. Jano Black busca a Lodi.
Ball stolen by Atletico's defense now.
Se va para el centro, progresa.
Tearing up the pitch on the left wing.
Es una de estas tácticas, ¿no? Cuando intentaba progresar el propio lateral zurdo del Atlético de Madrid, que no ha tenido una salida limpia.
Tactical fault there by the Atletico player.
Ayudas defensivas, ¿no? Para tapar esa progresión del lateral brasileño.
Lo dice muchas veces Luis García Plaza, que muchas ocasiones de gol del equipo contrario llegan a materializarse porque no se corta la jugada más arriba, ¿no? Yo creo que el Mallorca tiene que ser más maduro en eso.
Yes, Luis Garcia always says that a lot of goal opportunities come because the play was not stopped early enough, early up the pitch.
También que el Mallorca, cuando intenta sacar el balón jugado desde atrás, lo que decía antes, ¿no? Está un poco nervioso, pero tiene que atreverse, ¿no? Porque una vez que se supere
Mallorca does seem, the image that they're giving is that they're quite nervous and they need to overcome that.
Va a recibir ese mensaje de que contrario también es peligroso, ¿no?
Cómo se pone ahí Marcos Llorente, cuál extremo, cuidado en esa llegada al área del Atlético de Madrid, lucha Cunha, también está luchando ahí el propio Lodi.
So Cunha is battling.
Extremo, aquí también está trabajando como extremo el propio Lodi, ahora se va para buscando ese.
And Lodi is battling too.
En la frontal de área, en el balcón de
área. Be careful there. Looked like a foul, but it was not whistled.
Franco Russo que se quita el balón de encima y
Franco Russo appears there, and Abdon Prats is in possession now, battling against Savic.
Felipe Luis, ¿no? Que ahí no ha visto la gente muy clara, ¿no? A Felipe.
La gente no se ve que no tiene esa confianza, ¿no?
Hay un jugador en el terreno de juego que está en el suelo, a ver si vemos. Si es Savic el que al menos ha hecho esa jugada que se la ha pasado.
So it seems that Savic is down on the ground at the moment.
La asistencia médica y Felipe, que ha tenido ese uy porque viene cuestionado el jugador del Atlético de Madrid. Están pidiendo cambio para Savic. Ha hecho ese gesto al menos del cuerpo médico. I no sé com ho veus tu, Toni, des d'allà que tens una altra perspectiva, no tan influenciada per el propi ambient com tenim nosaltres aquí, el Mallorca patint, no? en aquests primers 9 minuts en les arribades, sobretot per banda.
Yes, so it does seem like Mallorca is struggling in these first 9 minutes.
En aquesta zona del Mallorca.
Sí, l'Atlètic de Madrid arrastra jugadors del Mallorca venint a rebre Mancoque, llança els dos laterals amb el Lodi i amb Marco.
Yeah, it seems like the Atletico is managing to drag the players down the pitch. And they're doing 2 players on 1 of our wingers, which obviously is going to put a lot of pressure on us. So all these situations that are arising, they're going to have to know how to resolve them. I think they do look quite nervous with the ball, and that could be really dangerous for them.
Competitiva sempre entre Mario Hermoso amb el número 22 per Dejan Savic, que s'ha lesionat, ha estat tot sol, ha sido en esa presión, no al propio portero, en esa presión que había hecho a Don Prats, y a veces los músculos, ¿no? Que juegan malas pasadas cuando menos te lo esperas, ha sido ni mucho menos.
Yeah, so Savic there, who had been battling against Abdon Prats, it seems that was a bit of bad luck for him. Yes, and he definitely seems like he has injured himself, so he is going to come off. And yeah, you never know. It's one of these ones where just any bad movement could cost you a couple of minutes. So Llorente in possession now for Atletico. He's looking for some help there from his teammates. He's looking to be able to damage Mallorca as much as he can. Koke falls back to help there. Dani Rodriguez stealing the ball, but recovered by Atletico.
Era Antonio Sánchez el que estaba luchando ahí con el Atlético de Madrid.
Antonio Sanchez there, ready to battle against Atletico.
Aparece el pulpo Baba, muy bien el pulpo Baba, salida de Baba, qué salida de Baba, busca a Galarreta,
Baba steals the balls there, looking for Galarreta. And that is a foul, and it could be a card. Maybe not a card.
Y lo ha barrido, pero es verdad que no ha sido nada agresiva, ha sido para como la otra que hemos hecho.
Yeah, it didn't look too good at the beginning, but now I'm thinking that maybe it wasn't as aggressive enough to warrant a card.
Hacer mucha presión nosotros de aquí solitos, Juanjo.
Pero bueno, buena acción defensiva de Baba sacando el balón, sobre todo de la presión.
But very good defensive action from Baba there.
Estamos pisando más continuamente el campo. Ese campo del Atlético de Madrid porque continuamente nos están.
And it's very important for us to keep stepping on their half of the pitch for sure.
Parece que tiene que aparecer Baba, ¿no? Para hacer un robo limpio. Sí, Baba. Porque parecía que se estaba embarullando todo, ¿no? Un par de veces, ¿no? Que rebotes y acciones, ¿no? Donde normalmente el Mallorca no sale bien parado. Y Baba ha hecho el primer robo claro, ¿no? Y una salida limpia de balón, ¿no? Con Galarreta.
Yeah, so Baba did a very clean steal of the ball then and was well on his way to tearing up the pitch.
Por eso de ahí decíamos las vigilancias defensivas lo importantes que son, ¿no?
Para Correa, tiene el balón, la ponía dentro del área, la coge Manolo Reina, era Marcos Llorente quien ha centrado la pared, era sí con Correa con ese número 10 que
so Llorente there, but the ball ends up in Manolo Reina's possession.
Esa banda de Marcos Llorente. Lo mismo pasa en esta parte izquierda con Rodrigo de Paul y Lodi, lo hacen mucho, ¿no? Se meten para adentro, generar ese juego interior y que los laterales suban, que sean largos, intentar llegar al área. Ahora era Felipe que luchaba con Adón Prats, ahora Dani Rodríguez por banda izquierda, lucha Dani.
Dani Rodríguez in possession.
Que sí que no se
passes to Antonio.
Uy, qué error, que pase atrás ahora de Galarreta, tendrá que hacer una falta táctica ahí, está intentándolo ahora.
Difficult pass there towards Galarreta, who's going to have to do a tactical foul.
Como antes venía todo el tiempo, ¿no? Dándole la ley de la ventaja a Baba, suponemos que ha sido a Galarreta que ha sido el autor de esa falta, pues cuidado, ¿no? Porque al final va a estar muy expuesto en Mallorca en esta zona, ¿no? En estas salidas del Atlético de Madrid y ya vamos un poquito condicionados con esta tarjeta amarilla de Galarreta.
Yes, so of course this yellow card for Galarreta is definitely going to condition us now.
En la disposición vemos mucho a Antonio también en esa parte izquierda, ¿no? Ayudando también a lo que es Dani un poquito más suelto, ¿no? Se van como intercambiando, ¿no? En cada una de esas acciones.
So Dani seems to be quite loose today on the pitch, and there's a lot of action happening on the right wing. Yes, I mean Dani always is fond of having freedom of movement and quite an anarchic player.
Muchas ventajas defensivas, ¿no? Lo que decíamos antes, ¿no? El Atlético de Madrid está saliendo fuerte, no, sí que es cierto que los primeros 4 minutos ha tenido esas 2 ocasiones y luego pues está jugando, está moviendo.
Yes, so it's a strong start for Atlético. It is true that since the 4th minute they haven't had any clear chances to goal.
Y reclamaba ya algo el Atlético de Madrid, ha rematado. Creo que era
and there was some chances there for Atlético. Correa there, always a very dangerous player. Yes, they battled against Russo, but they beat him there for sure. Yes, it was a rebound that reached Correa. So it is going to be a corner for Atlético. Yes, of course, they are really taking advantage of these sideline opportunities.
Están arrastrando mucho y ocasionando problemas al Real Mallorca. Cuidado ahí, Kangin Lee que está defendiendo, está en la frontal.
Kangin Lee is defending there.
Ahora la tiene atrás Marcos Llorente, que era el todoterreno que hacía la cobertura defensiva por esa parte derecha.
Ball in Llorente's possession, who's a bit of an everywhere man for the team, who's doing the defensive work. So Koke there appears captaining today for Atlético. And another corner now for the team. Yeah, so the ball was very high, ended up on the right side of the pitch.
El Atlético de Madrid. Cuidado ahí, ese centro al área, le ha caído a Koke, que ahora está en la parte izquierda, centra al área Koke, cuidado, buen rechace de Pablo Maffeo, muy concentrado.
So Koke there, but very well defended by Pablo Maffeo. Very complicated balls to reject and to rebound.
Se está colocando Mario Hermoso con el balón, tiene a su derecha a Felipe, opta por Koke en estos momentos. En el balón está en su terreno de juego el Atlético de Madrid tratando de salir, bien posicionado ahora el Mallorca, Dani Rodríguez sobre Condovia, estaba también a Prats presionando ahí a Felipe, como decimos vuelve a salir de
So Abdon Prats was also putting the pressure on Felipe there.
Sí que ha pitado falta de Baba sobre Cuña, otra vez más, ¿no? Un delantero del Atlético de
Foul
Madrid,
there of Baba against Cunha.
esa posición, ¿no? Intentando, ¿no? Que haya agujeros en el centro para que los laterales luego la metan ahí y pueda llegar un jugador en posición.
Obviously, they are attempting to get the gaps in midfield so that they can easily reunite that with their gaps that they have on the wings.
Rotando, se van moviendo en todo momento con Koke, también los dos delanteros, una movilidad máxima.
So the ball keeps moving around with Koke.
Intentando acudir a coberturas, ahora cuidado con Renan Lodi, para Manolo Reina, la tiene
Lodi there shoots and is saved by Manolo Reina. Russo is putting the pressure on that ball within Canyon Lee's possession. Passes to Baba, who passes to Jaume Costa. Mallorca attacking on the other side. Luckily, they were able to drive the attack through the left wing.
Ahora juego posicional del Mallorca, Juanjo.
Sí, pero esto es importante, ¿no? El Mallorca es cierto que ahora estábamos...
No perder a lo mejor el balón en esas transiciones,
nos hace falta mucho más posesión del balón porque el ritmo que está imponiendo el Atlético de Madrid es alto, está entrando muy bien por banda, los laterales están siendo muy altos y al Mallorca le está durando muy poco el balón en los pies. Por eso es importante que sea capaz de aumentar.
Yes, it is true that at the moment the ball is staying in Mallorca's possession for a very brief space of time.
Lo que nos hace falta es que tener una ocasión de gol, porque estamos...
We need a scoring opportunity at the moment because we are struggling and suffering.
Estaba colocado, ha salido, le ha cerrado. Lodi ahí sí que se le ha hecho un poquito pequeña la portería, ¿no?
Ha tapado muy bien.
I think for Lodi it seemed that the goal became a little bit too small for him in the end, but
el equipo contrario está pisando demasiado tu campo. Tenemos que reaccionar y tenemos que generar una ocasión de peligro para que de alguna manera el equipo contrario se dé cuenta.
yeah, we need to react to the way Atlético is playing, and we need to create a dangerous scoring opportunity for ourselves. Dani Rodríguez in possession, who passes to Maffeo, passes to Russo, to Galarreta. Galarreta, good touches on the ball there despite the fact that he has his yellow card. Costa on the left, passes to Abdon, but it's not going to reach him. So the ball goes into Oblak's possession.
Ahora Hermoso gana esa acción que estaba solo prácticamente, estaba ahí solo. Cuidadito.
Ball goes to Hermoso for Atlético.
Decíamos cuidadito, pero es que Baba, cuando yo estaba diciendo cuidadito, ya estaba ganando la acción. O sea, tiene unos tentáculos que le hacen casi imposible a los rivales quitarle el balón.
Estaba protegiendo ahí con el cuerpo y no han sido capaces de quitársela.
There was a foul there against Baba.
Luis García Plaza le estaba diciendo tanto a Pablo como a Canning Lee que subiesen, que Canning Lee se fuese hacia adentro.
I was just focusing on how Luis García was telling Maffeo and Canyon Lee to go further up the pitch. Because they do need to be capable of executing the will of the manager, of the coach. And they need to keep the ball in their own possession for longer. So Antonio passes to Canyon Lee, who passes it back to Antonio. Now it's Danny who's gone back to his position.
esa parte izquierda, prefiere pasarla para detrás para Martín.
Bauer looking for that possession there.
Quiere crecer en confianza el Real Mallorca con el balón. A partir de ese balón buscará el centro del área. Antonio estaba ahí a Don Prats y va a provocar un córner.
Antonio and Abdon Prats are going to, yes, and they have achieved a corner, the first corner for Mallorca. That's always something positive for us.
Era el equipo que hacía más daño con corners, con 5 goles que habían salido de ahí.
Up until recently, Mallorca was the team which has created the most damage with their corners. They'd scored 5 goals after a corner.
Debajo del videomarcador. Ahí están los nuestros. Están aquí, han venido. Incluso uno decía, esto es más grande que Inca, Juanjo, un amigo tuyo que estaba por aquí. Cuidado, remata.
Yes, we were just looking for somebody in the stadium then which we'd lost sight of. Like one of your friends was saying earlier, Juanjo, he said this stadium is larger than Inca, which is a big village in Mallorca. Kangin Lee slips there, asks for a foul, which is not given. Very good play there from Jaume Costa, very well read.
Y al final, en esa basculación para esa parte ha estado esa colocación de Costa y ese mal paso, también tenemos que decirlo, del Atlético de Madrid. Con Dobbia, ahora es el que tiene el balón, busca aquí a Lodi, busca que se descoloque un poco también.
Kondogbia looking for Lodi there. Pablo Maffeo steals the ball, who's gaining confidence. He's got Rodrigo de Paul on him. Good play there from Maffeo. Passes to Dani Rodriguez. Galarreta passes to Jaume Costa. Gaining confidence in recent minutes. Back to Dani Rodriguez.
Ese mal control porque le da esa opción al Atlético de Madrid, pero estaba muy bien colocado y pita falta en una lucha en el centro del
campo.
And
then the ball got lost there to Atletico, but a foul was whistled, which we do not really understand. So, Tony, talking to you now, watching from the Mallorca stadium, obviously Mallorca resisting, and now they hopefully they look like they're growing slightly. Yeah, now it seems that touching the ball a bit more, they are gaining in calmness and also in confidence. They've avoided losing the ball in some difficult situations, and they are facing up now to the Atletico team. So Kondogbia, who is struggling to pile the pressure on.
Del Atlético de Madrid, que vuelva a tener el balón. Es un jugador que le gusta ese contacto, le gusta ir creciendo con ese contacto. Cuidado, porque iba a decir que Marcos Llorente es un correcaminos, pero a esa no ha llegado. Evidentemente el pase era fuerte de Correa.
So Marcos Llorente, usually very fast, very good at running to reach the ball. Excellent physique. I was wondering whether he could reach the ball or not, but in this instance he didn't. But usually he is very good at reaching balls that other players would not be able to.
Y ahí está, ¿no? En ese lateral derecho. Vemos esta presión ahora del Atlético de Madrid sobre los centrales de la salida.
Pressure now on from Atletico.
El balón la pasa para Martin Valiant.
Kangin Lee in possession, passes to Valgent.
Se le están cerrando las vías de salida. Al final buscaba un pase a Don.
Gaps for Valgent to come through are being closed off. He tries to pass to Abdon, but the ball gets stolen by Atletico and it's a throw-in for them. Yes, Abdon is trying to fall into the wings a little bit.
Es difícil, ¿no? A veces para un delantero esa posición de comba que a veces no sabe si te un poquito más para arriba o ayudar abajo, ¿no?
Yo creo que tiene a lo mejor esa ansiedad de querer participar en el juego y muchas veces pues intenta.
Yeah, of course, he's going to be feeling that anxiousness, that anxiety of wanting to be in the game.
Muchas veces pues tenemos ese bloque bajo porque el Atlético está haciendo presión o viene de una jugada de ataque, ¿no? Pues es interesante tener jugadores que nos marquen esa referencia arriba para en un momento dado hacer un fútbol más directo y permitirnos salir de esa
But yeah, it's
presión, ¿no?
interesting for them to try and have that direct play.
Antonio está por la parte izquierda. Abdon ahora se ponía casi en paralelo para dificultar la salida de balón.
Abdon trying to get on parallel level to make it more difficult for the Atletico players. Rodrigo de Paul there goes past the halfway mark. Million six-figure signing for Atletico with him. Llorente's there.
En otras ocasiones, a veces esto te puede costar un susto. En este caso, la pelota ha salido muerta a las manos de Manolo Reina. Ataca ahora Pablo Maffeo. Analizaremos ahora eso.
And Griezmann there did manage to get a rebound ball and shot towards Manolo Reina, who luckily it ended up in his hands. Yes, it was a weak rebound, but you never know in these kind of situations because it was very well placed at that point.
La conclusión que tienes que sacar de nuevo es la altura que coge Marcos Llorente, ¿no? Que siendo lateral pues llega muy arriba, está haciendo trabajar mucho a Antonio Sánchez.
Yes, Antonio Sánchez is having to work really hard at the moment.
Bueno, tiene el balón Kangin y esto es buena señal porque se la pasa a Dani Rodríguez. Dani Rodríguez también tiene una gran conducción, se va para el centro, le ayuda a Kangin. La pasa que buena para Abdon Prats, buena para Abdon Prats, chuta Abdon.
Good for Abdon Prats, and here he goes. And what a chance there for Mallorca and for Abdon Prats.
Bueno, pues precisamente es lo que estábamos pidiendo, ¿no? Tener una reacción.
So yes, that is exactly what we had been asking for, to react against Atletico.
Lo que tú decías, ¿no? No, pues está sacando. No, está sacando de ahí. Están hablando entre ellos, en línea.
So it did seem it was offside, but it doesn't seem to be have been whistled as offside.
Pero bueno, el Uy estaba ahí, ¿eh?
Sí, al final ha sido una ocasión clara del Mallorca.
Y qué bien Cana ahora, ¿eh?
Y como decíamos, ¿no? La reacción es lo importante. Ahora el Atlético de Madrid se está dando cuenta que el Mallorca es capaz de hacer una transición.
Yes, I think this is great because this means that Atletico will be aware now that Mallorca is capable of changing tack and creating scoring opportunities.
Ahora Cuava es el que busca una prolongación para la otra parte del terreno de juego. Era Pablo Maffeo que ha rematado con la cabeza buscando el área.
Mallorca in possession now. A header there from Pablo Maffeo. Kangin Lee and Dani Rodríguez are there ready to receive the ball.
Está creciendo el Mallorca en juego. La tiene Idrisu Baba, el internacional por Ghana del Real Mallorca, en el centro del campo. La pasa para Ruiz del Galarreta. Galarreta opta por
Baba passes to Galarreta. Passes to Maffeo, who's got Kangin Lee hot on his heels, ready to receive the ball at any moment. Mallorca trying to advance there with the whole of the Atletico team, putting pressure on them from behind. But yes, they were offside then.
Pero al menos el Mallorca está en el terreno de juego del Atlético de Madrid, cosa importante.
But the good thing is that Mallorca is definitely in Atletico's playing field now.
Una ocasión, pero bien, ¿no? Creciendo en confianza el equipo.
Sí, ahora el equipo por lo menos se le ve con.
But yes, definitely gaining in confidence the team now.
Lo estaba moviendo bien de banda a banda, estaba teniendo paciencia, no lo estaba rifando arriba.
Cuidado ahora porque está buscando a Antoine Griezmann. Cuidado con el penalti porque venía muy forzado ahí Pablo Maffeo.
Antoine Griezmann, careful there, careful with giving away any penalties or free kicks.
Ahora aparece ahí Luis de la Galarreta, muy bien.
Seems to be Galarreta there.
Que ha tocado Cuña en ese
who says that Cunha or Lodi had touched the ball. Baba is playing excellently. He seems to be everywhere at the moment on the pitch. Antonio in possession now, passes to Abdon. Yes, play seemed to have been stopped, but everybody was continuing to play. That was all very fast then. Griezmann was down, but the referee continued play. So yes, there was Antonio had Abdon completely alone then behind him, but obviously it's very easy to say things like that from up here, from our perspective. So Abdon battling here now on the pitch.
media hora de partido yo siempre.
So yeah, this is the kind of Mallorca that we like. So yeah, it's going to be a long match. 30 minutes on the clock at the moment.
Todo va más lento y te crea muchas ocasiones. Pero en estos momentos 50-50, no cantemos en ningún momento victoria en cuanto a todo esto, porque el Atlético te vuelca el partido en un plis.
Yes, we definitely can't be complacent or sing victory, because Atletico could always flip the match on its head at any point.
Está buscando Antoine Griezmann, también cayendo una vez más, ahora combinando con Correa. Qué bien, ha intentado hacérsela en la frontal del área y pita falta de Kondogbia sobre Dani Rodríguez en la salida de balón.
So there's a foul there whistled by Kondogbia on top of Dani Rodríguez.
Una situación que el Atlético quiere minimizar el riesgo, ¿no?, del equipo rival, pero también es buena señal porque el Mallorca busca buenas opciones para salir, ¿no?, a la contra o para salir a hacer daño al Atlético de Madrid.
Sí, además que cuando el árbitro vea que hay una red.
Of course, when we have free kicks like this, that is always a good opportunity for Mallorca to come out and create some damage against Atletico.
Que no son muchas, pero en un momento dado el árbitro tendrá que sacar algo, ¿no? Pero bueno, nos quedamos con esa sensación que está dando el Mallorca en estos minutos.
Se venga la reta,
está teniendo esa calma, está teniendo esa paciencia, y ahora sí que es el Mallorca que nos gusta.
Sí, está ahora Manolo Reina tiene el balón en los pies, los dos delanteros están ahí.
So Manolo Reina has the ball at his feet now.
Arriba. Martin Valiant intentando sacar el balón por la parte izquierda, los laterales ya están altos.
Valiant trying to bring the ball around the left side, looking for Abdon Prats, but he was miles away there with Felipe. So Atletico in possession. Back into Mallorca's possession with Jaume Costa. Passes to Valiant, looking for a diagonal pass. Passes to Pablo Maffeo on the right wing.
Saque de banda a favor del Mallorca, bien plantado ahora el equipo mallorquinista.
So it's a throw-in for Mallorca.
Plaza discutiendo Rodrigo de Paul con el asistente de Martínez Munuera.
Rodrigo de Paul is arguing with the linesman there and trying to overrule that decision.
Peinando ahí, lo ha conseguido Russo, cuidado ahí, está Kangin Lee, va a chutar Kangin Lee.
So Russo and Kangin Lee shoots towards goal, and it is an excellent save by Oblak there, but excellent rebound by Kangin Lee.
Kangin Lee, que tiene recursos en las dos piernas, este jugador.
Sí, porque después del control.
So yes, Kangin Lee excellent on both feet. So it's 2 shots at goal now, all very close. Kondogbia in possession, but then loses it to Galarreta, and it is a corner for Mallorca. Well controlled by Valiant there.
Para que intentar ver abajo, porque tenemos ahí al míster que se está moviendo con los brazos, está intenso.
Yes, Luis Garcia, we can see very pacing back and forth, lots of arm gestures. Talking to Pedro Rostoy, obviously talking about these chances at scoring.
Corner, la acaba de sacar Oblak, otra vez un centro al área, no ha rematado nadie, la ha cogido con las manos Oblak, pero no ha podido bloquearla.
So Oblak managed to catch the ball with his hands, but did not manage to keep it. So it is another corner for Mallorca.
Auténticamente veneno esa opción que ha tenido en ese centro de Dani Rodríguez, vuelve a sacar a Mallorca esta vez en directo. Parecía que había una lucha ahí, la tiene, que acabe la jugada. Kangin Lee, menudo remate, se ha ido, parecía que dibujaba.
Another excellent rebound by Kangin Lee there. It looked like a perfect parable to go into the back of the net. It was breathless then, so completely speechless. Yes, we even fell silent then because it just looked so perfect. Yes, we were definitely containing ourselves then.
¿no? Porque te pueden generar cualquier cosa y esa jugada tiene que acabar donde sea, ¿no? Los laterales a veces lo tienen claro, chutan.
Yes, it was one of those plays where I was just wishing for it to end because it had to end. And in this case, it wasn't one of our wingers that had it, but it was Kangin Lee's left foot, which is a prodigal kick there towards the goal. So that is now 4 shots on target for the Mallorca team. All of them between minutes of the match.
Me gusta esta frase. Sí, el Mallorca
Abdon and Kangin Lee in possession.
He visto un jugador menudo por ahí y era Jaume Costa el que se había descolgado. Está haciendo la cobertura Antonio en estos momentos. Y ahí está
Jaume Costa covering Antonio.
También este trabajo ahora es Dani Rodríguez el que está presionando a Rodrigo de Paul. El Mallorca está creciendo en confianza.
Dani Rodríguez putting the pressure on Rodrigo de Paul.
Que favorecer esos huecos. Va Correa con el
We can't let anybody slip through those gaps.
Cuidado con esa jugada que ahora está buscando a Griezmann para Correa con la
looking for Griezmann now, who's looking for Correa on the right-hand side.
Perfecto, Adon Prats. Me he callado porque explicamos a los que no estén viendo el partido. Ha sido una jugada donde la ha cortado, supongo que no lo vemos, no está la parte más contraria de aquí, pero intuimos, evidentemente, nadie ha pedido nada, que le ha tocado en lo que es el cuádriceps de esa parte, ¿no? Que ha salido despedida y a partir de ahí nos hemos callado y Adon Prats en ese balón, muy buena defensa, jugando de espalda, ha provocado esta.
So very good defense work there from Abdon, who has provoked a foul. So very good from him. And we're going to go and see Tony, who obviously being in Mallorca will have a slight delay. But yeah, 4 chances for Mallorca until now.
Sí, el que dèiem és que havia crescut, que estava tenint descontrol, que ja no estaven nervioses.
Yes, they're growing, they don't look nervous anymore, and we needed these chances.
Tenint ocasions i ja estem posant nerviosos a l'Atlètic de Madrid i és per...
And we're definitely making Atletico nervous, that's for sure. Yes, all eyes are on the pitch now. Antonio was just putting the pressure on then. And now a foul whistled against Kangin Lee.
I està en Kangin Lee, és que ha fet falta, però té impedit xerrar perquè hi havia Antonio en aquell moment que estava pressionant. Intenta sortir des de darrere l'Atlètic de Madrid, té a Marcos Llorente que s'ha despenjat per la banda dreta.
So Llorente is there on his own on the right-hand side, but Jaume Costa steals the ball, passes to Dani Rodríguez, who tries to advance. And Kondogbia there, a bit of an ugly tackle. That should be a yellow card. Galarreta got a yellow card for that same tackle earlier. But yes, Kondogbia should probably have a couple of cards by now.
El indicativo de todo es que está sufriendo el Atlético de Madrid en estos momentos para cortar el juego del Real Mallorca, sobre todo ahí con Dobia.
Yes, this does indicate that Atletico are trying at all costs to cut off Mallorca's play at the moment. Yes, Maffeo and Baba in possession now. Russo in possession.
En Vallecas y acabó con un gol. No pasa nada, pero otras veces nos ha dado goles. Va ahí Russo, va a intentar peinar. La peina Russo. Estaba ahí solito Dani. Estaba solito Dani, hay que finalizar como decíamos antes. Esto se tiene que acabar.
Tries to reach Dani there. But Costa in possession. Mallorca seems to be in control. Griezmann tries to get a foul there but fails.
La tiene ahí Antonio Sánchez, está presionando a Marcos Llorente. La ha pasado.
Antonio Sánchez being pressurized by Llorente and Koke.
Literalmente encima y provoca pitidos en el Wanda Metropolitano. Esto es bueno, esperemos que podamos hacer daño, ¿no? Podamos hacer daño de estas situaciones que a veces en los partidos se tiene que aprovechar, ¿no?
Sí, hay que aprovechar esta dinámica que está teniendo ahora mismo el Mallorca.
So we're going to have to try and take advantage of this dynamic that Mallorca has been showing for the last 10 minutes.
En ese juego que sabe practicar y que luego encima ha tenido esas ocasiones, ¿no? Hay que acordarse de que el Atlético de Madrid cuando juega aquí en casa y no consigue los goles prontos, la afición se le echa muy encima, ¿no? Pues el Mallorca tenemos
We've got to remind ourselves that when Atletico plays at home and do not manage to get those goals in towards the beginning of the match, their fans do get pretty aggressive and they really do lay into them. So we can take advantage of that and keep playing like we are playing in the last couple of minutes.
Parecía que era Kank, ¿no? Que estaba en esa posición más de la zurda. intentando no buscar esa superioridad por esa parte. Ahora es Dani Rodríguez que se le tira encima. Hola, cuidado, cuidado, cuidado ahí. Bien Tigre, bien Tigre.
Dani Rodríguez in possession for Mallorca.
También otro jugador mallorquinista gana la partida por arriba. Martín Valent ahora la tiene Idris Ubaba. Bien, saca por la parte derecha.
Valent to Baba.
Bien buscado. Pablo Maffeo en barra derecha. Busca a Idris Ubaba.
Pablo Maffeo there looking for Baba, who passes to Dani Rodríguez. Stolen by Atlético Madrid, but again counter-attacked by Baba, but foul whistled then.
Porque ya hubiera sido demasiado, como se suele decir, pero parecía que le había tocado, no sé si le ha tocado un poquito de tobillo ahí porque
yeah, it seemed like a slight touch on the ankle then.
Pero el balón le ha tocado bien, ¿eh?
Sí, desde nuestra posición parecía
But there was a fine, it was an okay, completely normal touch on the ball then.
De faltita, cuidado ahí en ese centro al área, remata con la cabeza Russo, al final nada. Ha ganado la partida.
A header by Russo.
Parecía que era Felipe el que había rematado.
But the battle was won by Felipe then.
Que espere, que está colocado y que la tire para arriba. O sea, va a optar en estos momentos para un saque largo. Manolo Reina, el capitán del Mallorca, cuando se cumplen casi 42 minutos de partido. Ahí está la lucha. Don Prats llega.
So ball in Manolo Reina's possession, who does a long pass. Abdon, Prats and Kangin Lee in possession there. 40, coming up to 42 minutes of this match. Llorente being pressurized now by the Mallorca players.
No llega tan arriba para hacer daño y ahí está, ¿no? Ahí está esa falta.
Ahora le advierte, ¿no? Está diciendo que la última ya. Bueno,
es lo mismo. Bueno, a lo mejor ha sido más chocante, ¿no? Porque ha sacado los brazos. No ha sido una falta, ¿no? Tiene que ir con cuidado Baba porque ya tener a dos jugadores en el centro del campo con tarjeta sería too much.
Baba needs to be careful because we couldn't have both our midfielders with a yellow card, of course. The referee there telling Baba that that is his last chance before a card. And it seems there's a bit of a collision there. One of them went up to the top and the other one went down the bottom. There's going to be a yellow card there. Yes, so that looks like it's going to be a yellow card for Pablo Maffeo, whereas Atlético remains cardless. Yes, so Maffeo, who went down with Lodi there. The referee also telling Luis García Plaza to back off. 43rd minute of the match. Obviously, we do not need to lose concentration now.
Cuidado ahí, la saca Maffeo muy bien con la cabeza. Era Valent y Russo los que se han.
Valent and Russo.
Antonio que le ha ganado en esa batalla, el número 10 le está ganando la batalla. Correa para el número 5 y córner.
And it's a corner. De Paul came in from behind there. Bit of a surprise element from him. Correa, very dangerous player.
Ha salido ahí esa jugada al segundo palo. Manolo ha salido. Al final el balón se ha paseado, ¿no? Por la frontal del área pequeña sin rematar nadie. Ahora le está diciendo Martínez Munuera.
Yeah, so that was quite lucky then. Manolo Reina came out to receive that ball, but in the end, it was luckily not on target. So 44th minute of the match now, a nerve-wracking atmosphere. The fans asking for a yellow card for Manolo Reina because it looks like he is wasting time. Baba in possession now, trying to multiply himself by 4 in order to occupy all those gaps and spaces on the pitch. Atletico in possession. Felipe passes to Llorente. Kondogbia opens up to Hermoso, passes to De Paul.
y ha salido fuera, ha tenido que saltar la línea de fotógrafos como si fuera un atleta.
And the ball went out.
Brasileño, pero al final buena cobertura defensiva tanto de
Cunha there had to quite literally jump over the line of photographers as if he was a high jump athlete. So yes, we really do think that the first half has to end on 0-0 or at least 1-0 up from us.
Els darrers 5 minuts l'Atlètic de Madrid ha tornat a agafar aquest pes del partit i
yes, it does seem like Atletico have got the lead on the match in the last 5 minutes again, but they're holding them off really well at the moment. And they're minimizing the dangerous opportunities for them. Yes, so we do need to point out that Maffeo and Galarreta have got yellow cards, and that is it. That's the whistle for the first half.
Ha habido dos partes dentro de este primer tiempo en estos últimos minutos. Es verdad que el Atlético, como decía Tony, ha intentado, ¿no?
So it seems to have been a first half made up of two different halves. Obviously, we have had those last couple of minutes of the match where Atletico came back. But the second half of the first half, we've seen a very strong Mallorcan team. Yeah, I think it was very important to enter half-time with 0-0 on the scoreboard.
Muy intenso, que estaba pisando constantemente nuestra parte de campo, pero luego el Mallorca,
I think they were a very intense team that were always on our half of the pitch.
Estamos viendo que
Manolo ha dado la camiseta, lo estamos viendo ahí. A un aficionado. No sé
yes, we're just watching Manolo Reina giving his shirt to some fans there. What a captain we have.
A un aficionado, ¿no? Se va con esa térmica. Esperemos que
yes, and he's walking off with his thermal top, hoping he has his replacement shirt there in the changing rooms.
En el fútbol americano hace poco, ¿no? Con Tom Brady, que regalaron su balón y era el touchdown no sé cuánto que había logrado y tuvieron que ir a pedir el balón al aficionado. O sea que anécdotas y
yes, there are a story related to something like this. Tom Brady recently in an American football match gave away his ball, but apparently it was then revealed that it was a very special ball from a special match, so they had to go and give it back actually. So we'll see you after this ad break.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo. Y tú decides disfrutarlos. O soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo. Decide llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa. Tú decides.
És el meu cor malferit que demana acció.
Un amor sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja aviam què passa, ja aviam què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Tiempo de descanso en el Wanda Metropolitano. De momento empate a 0 entre Atlético de Madrid y Real Mallorca. En un
So
partido que,
half
como
time
decía
here in
Alberti
Wanda
y Juanjo, ha
Metropolitan,
tenido
0-0 on
dos
the
partes
leaderboard at the
dentro de una
scoreboard
misma
at the
parte. El
moment.
primer tiempo
And
se ha
like
dividido
our
en dos.
colleagues were
Uno
saying, it's
favorable al
two
conjunto
different
rojiblanco, al
halves of the
conjunto
first
colchonero, que ha
half, to
dominado
be
los primeros
honest.
25 o 30 minutos de partido. Y a partir de ahí,
Dominated by
con
Atletico
esa
in the
gran
first
jugada de
around
Dani
25
Rodríguez y ese
minutes of
pase
the
interior
first half.
a Abdón Prats, el Mallorca ha
But then
crecido y ha
between
empezado
Dani
a
Rodriguez
llegar
and
con
Abdon
mucho
Prats
peligro a la
leading the
portería
way, they
defendida por
started
Jan Oblak,
piling
que
on
ha
the
tenido que
danger
intervenir
and the
en
pressure
una
there.
acción, en un disparo con la derecha dentro del área de Canning Lee, que pasa por ser el jugador que más oportunidades ha tenido en sus botas también con
So
ese tiro
Canyon Lee has
en la
had the
frontal
most
con Comba, que
chances at the
se ha ido
moment.
rozando el palo de la portería de Jan Oblak. Y
One which
hablando
basically
de este partido
grazed
con
Oblak's
Toni, como ha
goal then.
resumido la primera mitad, Toni, ¿cómo has visto?
So Tony, what did you think of the first half?
Els partits, com tu bé dius, hem vist dues parts per cada equip.
Yeah, I think it was a story of two halves, one for each team. I think at the beginning Mallorca were very nervous, which made them make mistakes. It was some mistakes that prevented them from making their own game. Atletico were doing very good on the wings, which created a lot of danger. And then once they calmed down and were more used to being with the ball, and from around the 30th minute, Kangin Lee and Abdon started to reach the ball properly, and they were much better. It is true that in the last couple of minutes they started carrying the weight again, Atletico. But it seems that Mallorca is keeping the situation under control.
A priori, el que dèiem al principi, no? L'Atlètic de Madrid ha intentat portar el pes del partit, però
So yes, even though Atletico is trying to carry the match, it seems that they're not managing it at the moment. They're playing a lot in defense as well. Because when Mallorca took the protagonist role, Atletico did basically dilute. No, Mallorca is very good at being the protagonist. And when they take control of the match, Baba and Galarreta's emphasis is extremely important. They're so good at recovering all the balls. And they're not allowing them to run rings around them. Yeah, taking into account Galarreta's yellow card. To be in midfield against a team like Atletico could be slightly negative for us. Would you make any changes, or, you know, Galarreta's a player that we don't usually see with the yellow card? Yeah, Pedro Rostoy and Luis García Plaza have to think about that, of course. You know, do you stay with a player who's got a yellow card and face the danger of him getting another one, or do you go for somebody else like Battaglia, for example? But they're going to have a different profile. That's a coach's decision for sure. We will know in a couple of minutes, of course, and see how the match evolves. Yeah, I guess another option would be to centralize Antonio Sanchez and bring on Kubo, maybe. Yeah, of course, Kubo could come on a wing, put Antonio Sanchez more in the middle. But that might mean that Mallorca loses their help on the wings. And I think it's important to keep Antonio Sanchez on the wing because he really helps on the side. And just to finish off with you now, before we go back to the Wanda Stadium. So the sensation is that Mallorca did manage to keep control of the first half. So obviously, Atletico now could bring on Luis Suarez in the second half. Yeah, they've got Joao Felix, they've got Luis Suarez on the bench that could bring on some star quality and could be very dangerous for Mallorca. It is true that Atletico usually finish the matches very well. So probably they're going to have to, the first attacks in the beginning of the half, they're going to have to hold them off. And then right at the end as well. Yes, so we will see what Simeone's men try and do on the pitch. We are looking at some images of Joan Sastre and Febas warming up on the pitch. More players that are on the bench today. Take Kubo is there too, who has to be very important, especially in this second half. Obviously, we are on a mission to get to some 3 points. So we are going to go to the Wanda Stadium because they've definitely got a better vision than us of the pitch. So they can tell us if anybody seems to be warming up more intensely than the other players and tell us what's going on there at halftime. Yes, we can't really see anything intense of any players more than other ones. Yabres is there, kicking the ball around. It's an amazing experience for him as well. Yes, they do look at the moment as if they're more than anything battling against the cold, and we're definitely coming into nighttime here in Madrid. Yeah, I mean, this is what the coach usually does. Everybody waits about 10-15 minutes, so everybody is warming up. But the team is definitely holding them off very well at the moment. I don't think there will be any changes in this halftime. So we'll see how we face up to Atlético in the second half. And hopefully we get some more scoring opportunities. Because it is a real shame that we haven't been able to get any of those 4 chances right of the ones that we've had.
Perdona, a ver, diríamos que están haciendo los jugadores lo que quería hacer Juanjo al inicio, pero que no le han dejado, que es pelotear.
So it seems that they're getting the chance to do what Juanjo has been wanting to do since he arrived in the stadium, which is literally kick the ball around. Yeah, because Mallorca never loses their kind of strategy of some good ball playing. But it was important that they had to react against Atletico's strategies. They came out with a very intense rhythm. Mallorca was able to put up with that, and then they even created some goal opportunities. So both teams coming back on now. So Juanjo, just another fact, nothing to do with this match itself, but just to say that the youth team got a victory today against Mercadal from Martini. So that means 11 consecutive victories for the youth team today.
Me ha parecido curioso ir a este dato, ¿no? A este dato que hace que el equipo sí.
So that's obviously very good and important news for Mallorca. Manacor has beaten Santanyí, is in the Mallorca League. So we're going to focus back on the match happening here in the Wanda Stadium now. So second half is underway. Mallorca in possession. Antonio is looking for Abdon, who's battling against Felipe, and forces a throw-in in favour of Mallorca now. So Llorente and Coque playing with a lot of intensity at the moment.
Nuestro aliento, ¿no? En el cogote. Ahora estaba saliendo el Mallorca, con lo que está intentando es todo lo contrario, tener el balón, enfriar un poquito el Atlético de Madrid. Bien Jaume Costa para Dani Rodríguez.
Jaume Costa, they're passing to Dani Rodríguez.
Una cosa ni otra. Al final sigue, la tiene el Atlético de Madrid. Marcos Llorente retrasa. Buena presión del Mallorca para Llano Black. Es la salida que ha encontrado Marcos Llorente. Ahora busca para Mario Hermoso. Lodi en la parte, diríamos, del lateral zurdo, también presionado en todo momento.
Lodi on the left wing there, piling the pressure on.
Que se ha descolgado, ¿no? A presionar a su lateral. La tiene ahora Coque buscando opciones de pase.
Coque in possession for Atletico.
Retrasa para atrás para Felipe, Felipe para Kondogbia.
Passes it back to Felipe. He passes to Kondogbia.
Kondogbia la está pasando para la izquierda, al final no tira la jugada para atrás. ¡Ay!
Lástima,
A puntito, muy bien intentado, y eso significa que tienes confianza y piernas,
Sí, sí, además que, bueno, Pablo Maffeo ya sabemos ese perfil ofensivo que tiene.
Pablo Maffeo tries to steal the ball there. He does very well, but doesn't quite manage it. But that was very bold and brave from him.
Ha sido Antonio Sánchez, ¿no? El que estaba sujetando a Kondogbia.
No, ha sido Dani, le ha dicho el árbitro ahora que cuidadito, que,
es que por eso
que se la apunta, que se la apunta.
Es que le ha cogido la matrícula porque yo creo que le ha soltado a tiempo, porque si no se ganaba una.
Sí, se lo ha dicho y Dani ha dicho que sí. Le ha hecho así con el brazo, como en plan, que lo he cogido, pero es que con Kondogbia ni con dos, ha tirado para adelante, y qué fuerza tiene este jugador, el ex del Valencia, creo que antes.
Yes, there was a warning there against Dani Rodriguez from the referee to say that to be careful with grabbing Kondogbia, but that's the thing. It was, even if there were two players grabbing Kondogbia, they probably wouldn't be able to stop him. He is quite the beast of a player.
Intenta construir el juego desde atrás, la tiene en estos momentos Felipe. Felipe para Coque, que baja posiciones para
so Felipe passes to Coque.
Jugadas que puedan llegar a la parte ofensiva. Aquí en esa indecisión entre Marcos, Llorente y Cuña, al final fuera de banda a favor del
indecision there between Cuña and Coque, which gives a throw-in for Mallorca.
Que ya son como medio corner estas acciones.
Son realmente jugadas de estrategia que le saca mucho provecho, ¿no?
There are some throw-ins that can almost seem like corners because of the length that comes out of them.
Los delanteros del Atlético de Madrid, que sacan a nuestros centrales de banda y dejan un hueco ahí en medio. Desde nuestra posición en esta última jugada lo hemos podido ver muy claramente.
It's important to analyze these when the forwards for Atletico go down, because that creates gaps in front of our midfielders that can be very dangerous. It looks like Joao and Lemar are warming up for Atletico.
Están ahí calentando los jugadores del Atlético de Madrid. Ahora, cuando lo tengamos un poquito más cerquita, podremos decir qué jugadores son. Cuidado, que se caía ahí, se resbalaba. Franco Russo lucha en el centro del campo.
Franco Russo slipping there on the pitch.
Bien, Juanjo. Ese espejo la orientado y a la pierna, ¿no?, de Lodi, que ahora intenta buscar hacer daño por la parte izquierda. Aparece ahí Antonio, buena lucha.
Antonio appears there.
El árbitro en la primera, porque la segunda parecía que era ya ganada, pero la primera que ha recibido esa tarascada Kondogbia, que ahora es él el que está recibiendo las faltas. De la primera parte él ha provocado muchas de esas faltitas, es verdad que ninguna ha sido agresiva, pero ha hecho 2-3 que eran susceptibles de ver tarjeta amarilla, pero al final no la ha visto, y ahora es él el que recibe las faltas. Balón al área de esa falta a favor, Antonio no la ha enganchado bien. Le falta ese puntito también.
Yes, Kondogbia needs to be careful because he is doing quite a lot of fouls as well.
Pero lo que le hemos dicho de él, ¿no?, seguro que aparece en cualquier momento, y es uno de los que nos da una alegría en el día de hoy. Antonio Sánchez va en esa lucha.
Antonio Sánchez, a bit of a not the best pass then, but he is, as we said earlier, he's very good at knowing exactly where he needs to be on the pitch.
Y está intentando mucho Juanjo, el Atlético de Madrid, estas jugadas, ¿no?, que van al área, que hay un rebote, ahí esto, lo otro. Ellos tienen calidad, ¿no?, para...
Atletico seem to be trying some plays here where they're trying to get the ball into the area with a bit of a bounce on it. Yeah, I mean, they're a very high quality team. But yeah, sometimes there are some strategies that don't work. So when the technique doesn't work, obviously they're going to try and turn to passion.
Aquí nos están enseñando por parte del Atlético de Madrid ninguna tarjeta. Estaba ahí Griezmann, que ha obstaculizado. Estaba fijándome también en nuestros jugadores. Parecía que eran Bataglia el que ha salido a calentar Taque y Ángel, ¿no?, los tres jugadores mallorquinistas. Cada uno en una posición y cada uno importante según el momento del partido.
Sí, me imagino que el entrenador de aquí a unos 10-15 minutos pues intentará dar frescura en esas posiciones naturales con esos recambios.
60 le gusta a Luis, siempre hace alguna cosita en el 60.
Sí, es lo que muchas veces...
So we're just saying how Luis García is quite fond of making changes around the 6 minute 60 of the match.
eso desgasta, ¿no? Porque estamos viendo jugadores que están haciendo un desgaste defensivo importante y necesitan...
Of course, obviously, our defense players are going to be exhausted.
No se le ha podido dar a Dani Rodríguez, pero lo que decíamos, ¿no? A lo mejor lo que le está faltando ofensivamente lo está teniendo bien colocado, intentando frenar al Atlético de Madrid.
So yes, again, a pass there from Antonio to Dani Rodríguez, but didn't quite make it. So maybe what Antonio Sanchez needs offensively, he's making up for in his very good placement on the pitch.
No la pita.
Parecía que había señalado que era falta.
Yo creo que Dani Rodríguez ha intentado engañar al árbitro en esta ocasión, pero desde mi posición me parece que no lo era.
Ahí ha intentado salir, muy bien ahora Baba que se cae.
Ahora sí, qué bien.
Pero que con su cuerpo,
Baba there.
Vestidas, carros y carretas. El pulpo Baba.
Goes down then.
Pablo Maffeo está buscando a Antonio.
Pablo Maffeo looking for Antonio Sanchez.
Qué fuerte está Maffeo, Dios mío. Maffeo ha pasado de lateral a lateral, ¿eh? Ya no es que se come el lateral, sino que pasa de lateral.
Went from one side of the pitch to the other. Maffeo there.
Y ahora le están diciendo, estaba Antonio hablando con Baba. Yo creo que
Antonio was talking to Baba then.
Cuidadito con esa cobertura porque Maffeo está vacío, literalmente.
Let's be careful with covering those gaps.
En recto y también en diagonal el Wanda Metropolitano y ahora está intentando buscar esa posición que está cubierta en el lateral derecho por Kangin Lee. Ahora a la izquierda está Antonio, que está muy bien en defensa, le falta ese puntito en ataque que lo conseguirá. Está Franco Russo encimando a Cuña, cuidado con Cuña que
Russo in possession with Cunha on top of him.
Atlético de Madrid intentando buscar el segundo palo y muy bien Kangin Lee que ha lanzado el balón fuera.
Atletico was looking for the second post there, but Kangin Lee hits the ball out.
Le ha hecho que vaya detrás suya Franco Russo y cuidadito porque eso es lo que está buscando.
Cunha made Franco Russo tail him then down the pitch. So it was a very clear proposal from Atletico from the word go.
Abierto que está encontrando ese recurso ofensivo por las bandas, aunque los jugadores interiores están sacando a los centrales de la zona, o eso es lo que pretenden, ¿no? Pero ahora parece que está llevando el mayor peso de esta segunda parte y otra vez de nuevo está pisando constantemente el centro del campo del Mallorca, ¿no?
Sí, está un poquito también aculado un poquito el Mallorca, porque es lógico.
El bloque completamente bajo, estamos
yes, so it seems that Atletico are having quite a lot of protagonism in the middle of the field right now.
De intentar, o estaba hablando con Tony, también Cador Escolán, han preguntado a ti de la espalda del Mallorca, pero claro, yo también me planteaba en ese momento, pensaba yo, es que a lo mejor en un momento tendremos el bloque tan bajo que es lo que se tiene que evitar, ¿no? Ese 50-50, no acularse a la vez que no te ganen la espalda, ¿no?
Sí, no, eso hay que evitarlo, ¿no? Hay otras situaciones, cuidado.
Remate franco totalmente de Felipe, que al final ha rematado limpio, pero alejado de los tres palos de Manolo Reina. Están hablando mucho.
So it was a shot then from Atletico, but it was a bit off target.
Veremos a ver qué opciones de cambio tiene Luis García Plaza. Muy bien, Maffeo.
So Luis García is contemplating some changes now, we can see. At the moment, it doesn't seem we have too much presence. Koke there on the rebound. Defended well by Manolo Reina there and Franco Russo. Good work from Russo trying to prevent Griezmann from intercepting the ball. Mallorca trying to place themselves well defensively.
No está con esa frescura, está dando aplausos Luis García Plaza a sus jugadores, es normal, como tú has dicho, el Atlético lo que quiere es hacer daño desde el primer momento y solucionar esto por la vía rápida. Hasta ahora Don Prats presionando por la izquierda, provoca un córner. Otra situación peligrosa para el Atlético de Madrid. El público ve que su equipo lo busca, que el Mallorca está impreciso.
So it's another corner for Atletico now.
Lo nota, ¿no? Estadísticamente se nota cuando un jugador así no ha tocado apenas el balón.
Kangin has not having much protagonism, not having much possession now in the second half, and that is damaging for the team, of course.
Hay que aguantar, tenemos que ser un equipo sólido en defensa y a partir de ahí, de los 10-15 minutos, veremos cómo el Atlético de Madrid bajará esa intensidad y tenemos que aprovecharla para empezar a tocar el balón.
Ahora lo intenta Correa, que ha picado el baloncito para ahí, lo están ahora a la presión, se están ayudando los jugadores de la Mallorca, no se puede escapar de momento este botín, parece que le está empujando el jugador Rodrigo de Paul.
De Paul seems to be pushing there. Franco Russo very well placed there. Atletico is looking for the ball, looking to intercept.
Le dice el árbitro, sigue el balón, está casi en la línea de córner, busca esa salida, cuidadito para Kangin Lee.
Almost for a corner there, Kangin Lee in possession, but didn't control the ball well.
Después de todo lo que ha hecho, está un poquito, se le ve un poquito, cuando no entra en contacto con el balón, estos jugadores necesitan el balón, ¿no? Y se le ve un poquito frustrado ahora, porque la que ha tenido no ha tenido ese control orientado.
Sí, además ha sido una lástima, porque si
estaba totalmente ya
bien el balón, montamos una contra ahí, una transición.
Con jugadores rápidos.
Importante, hay que aguantar, estos minutos están.
Yeah, it's an important counter-attack now. There's constant danger these last couple of minutes for Mallorca.
Como sufrimos, pero bueno, esto es lo bueno de
a mí me hace gracia porque cuando venía otra forma de vivir, o sea, el Atlético tiene ese branding, ¿no? De que son sufridores. Digo, pues si estos sufren, Juanjo, lo nuestro ¿qué es?
Yes, we are getting to be known as a team that suffers.
No se puede ser del Mallorca si no quieres sufrir.
Sí, eso está claro. Bueno,
Yeah, you can't be a Mallorca supporter if you're not ready to suffer in the matches.
Dando esos minutos, no esos segundos que a veces son importantes de calma, de intentar de ganar yardas, ¿no? Como si fuera fútbol americano, ¿no?
Es importante que ahora mismo con el balón donde está, que el Mallorca sea capaz de estructurar un poquito más el ataque, de ordenar un poquito más las líneas en ataque, sobre todo porque sí que habíamos...
Yeah, we need to refine and organize our attack lines now for the rest of the match.
Del Atlético de Madrid, y hay que ser capaces de tener más el balón, ¿no? Ahora en esta segunda parte...
And we need to have more possession.
Como Galarreta, como Kangin Lee, como Dani Rodríguez, prácticamente no han tenido ocasión de tener el balón en los pies, y esto hay que rectificarlo.
Because Kangin Lee needs to have some more opportunities of being in possession of the ball, for sure.
Felipe para Rodrigo de Paul, que coge también la manija del partido, ¿no?
Está por todo
Está por todo, sí. Está por todo, está buscando a Lodi está entrando en el área, buena jugada del lateral del Atlético de Madrid. Estamos pendientes de dónde iba ese rechace.
We were just going to have a look where that rebound ball was going then for Atletico, but Franco Russo was there to intercept at any moment.
Sí, está atajando bien estos balones laterales que se están viniendo.
Joao Félix y el número 11 Lemar, casi nada.
Joao Félix and Lemar looking like they're going to come on very soon for Atletico.
Han pitado falta a favor del Real Mallorca en este córner.
Foul in favor of Mallorca now.
En el primer palo, siempre listo y bien colocado el experimentado jugador del Real Mallorca, ex del Villarreal. Y entrará Joao Félix y Lemar, dos jugadores, uno que marca el ritmo y el otro que también es eléctrico. O sea, soluciones ofensivas.
Sí, jugadores peligrosísimos con el balón en los pies.
So some very dangerous opportunities for Atletico at the moment.
El de minuto 60 ha sido el Cholo al final, ¿eh?
sí, pero esto te demuestra, ¿no? Que eso de que estaba pensando en el partido del martes, no, como tú decías, partido tras partido, y quiere conseguir estos 3 puntos a toda costa, ¿eh?
Sí. Ahora están hablando entre ellos los jugadores para que esas líneas se entiendan un poquito mejor. Ahora Galarreta ha forzado ese saque de banda. Porque Galarreta cuando tiene una opción de pase...
Galarreta forcing a throw in there.
Pero no la ha visto, la ha tirado fuera, Antonio ha hablado con él. Se va Rodrigo de Paul, que ha hecho un...
Y Griezmann.
De Paul is coming off and so is Griezmann.
Entrando en contacto con el balón, tal vez no profundizando tanto, pero...
Sí, pero tenía mucha presencia en el ataque del Atlético de Madrid. Encima se estaba moviendo muy bien, ¿no? Ahí entre líneas, pero bueno...
But Atletico moving very well between lines.
Deja Cuña, que se está peleando ahí con Martin Valiant. Ahora es cuidadito Dani,
De Cuña is battling against Martin Valiant there.
Jabato, como es Marcos Llorente, muy difícil ganarle. Mira que Dani gana estas disputas, pero muy difícil.
Dani up against Llorente, which is very difficult to win against. Franco Russo kicking it up the pitch. Dani Rodríguez and Abdon coming from offside then. Bit of underground play at the moment for Mallorca.
Sí, no, el Mallorca tiene que dar el 110% para sacar.
Yeah, unfortunately Mallorca needs to give 110% now to be able to scrape anything from this match. But I think they look very serious.
pero está aguantando muy bien las embestidas. Yo no creo que el Atlético
And they are putting up a defensive wall against all these attacks from Atletico.
Le marco Lodi, cuidado que entra ahí fuera. Uy, aquí en el Wanda Metropolitano, Cunha no ha visto portería con facilidad porque en esa jugada de Lemar y Ron y
Shot there from Cunha towards the goal, slightly off target.
Llega muy bien de segunda línea, que se faja con los delanteros. Es un jugador que está ahí luchando en todo momento, pero no ha visto portería en ese remate, ¿no?
Pues era una ocasión clara de gol, el balón por la izquierda, ha hecho muy bien el control orientado hacia adentro y prácticamente se ha quedado solo delante de Manolo Reina y otra vez más, y menos mal para nuestros intereses la ha tirado fuera. Hay que revertir esta situación.
Yes, luckily that was not on. Luckily for us, that wasn't on target then.
Tiene que tener esa ocasión para que el Atlético de Madrid otra vez vuelva a ese bloque más bajo, que sea capaz de, o que vea que el Mallorca ocasiona juego y que crea peligro. Pero hasta el momento, hasta este minuto 61, no lo estamos consiguiendo en esta segunda parte.
But yes, we don't seem to be getting those chances, at least not until now, until the 62nd minute of the match at the moment. Yes, I feel like we're waiting to see when the minute will come where Mallorca kind of takes the steering wheel of the match. So, Atletico in possession, looking for a long pass towards Lemar. And a foul by Baba now.
Tal vez a lo mejor está un poquito más agotado, ¿no?
Claro, estos son los riesgos que tiene que asumir el Mallorca cuando tiene jugadores de un perfil tan ofensivo que descuidan de vez en cuando.
Yeah, so that is the problem that Mallorca faces when they have players of such an offensive profile, that maybe they neglect other features of the game. So on that right wing there, it seems that maybe Kangin is just far too exhausted now on that side of the pitch. And Lemar has come on fresh, and he seems to be going down in his first two plays there. Manolo Reina there, expectant, waiting to see what happens.
Veo que es Franco Russo, que Martín Valiente está, no sé si era Antonio Costa, Jaume Costa. Jaume Costa estaba en el suelo, este también es un veterano.
Mira, vemos ahí a Pablo Maffeo y a Antonio Sánchez que están buscando soluciones.
So Maffeo and Antonio Sanchez seems to be looking for some solutions for the problems that they're having on the wings.
Estaba diciendo el árbitro, el cuarto árbitro, que se pongan al partido. A Dani Rodríguez y Antonio Sánchez.
Linesman telling Antonio Sanchez and Dani Rodríguez to get back in the match because they were there on the line talking to Luis García Plaza. But obviously they're very aware of what is happening, the depth and the length that Atletico are gaining. Dani battling against Felipe now.
Muy bien, Jaume Costa en esa lucha, en ese cuerpo a cuerpo con Correa, y no es fácil defender a un jugador como Correa.
Obviously, it's very difficult to defend yourself against a player like Correa. Yes, I can see Luis García making a gesture towards Felix on the bench, but we don't really know what is going to happen. Pedro Rostoy talking to Luis García there. These definitely are key minutes for the match. Antonio passing backwards to Abdon, who is battling against Kondogbia. Abdon is having a good match too. You know, you're up against four extremely physical and very good players, constantly fighting against the midfielders for Atletico. Abdon goes down to the ground. Pablo Maffeo trying to come out of that there. Obviously, he's got to be careful because he has a yellow card. Joao Felix went down. And yes, there is a yellow card for Baba for accumulating so many fouls. So that is the third yellow card that Mallorca is receiving today, which is very dangerous for us. They're all on the midfield.
Brian Olivan ha cambiado por Bataglia y los que no cambian son Kubo y y Ángel Rodríguez. Veremos también porque Ángel ha tenido este proceso.
So it seems that Take Kubo and Ángel Rodríguez are warming up, and so is Brian Olivan rather than Battaglia, as we had thought previously. Yeah, 66th minute on the clock. Lemar is there ready to take that free kick. Koke is also there, trying to improve their strategies.
Unos movimientos se lo ha llevado por delante a Galarreta con Dobbia y poca broma, cuando chocas con Dobbia y encima sigue el Galarreta.
Sí, ahí
ya le está diciendo
la corpulencia, es que fíjate.
Mira, tendrían que ahora luego haré un comentario a favor de Galarreta, porque lo expulsaron el otro día por agresión.
Sí, no hizo nada, ¿no?
Cuidado, ahí está buscando el segundo palo, remate flojo. Eran los dos centrales que estaban ahí luchando, tanto Felipe como Mario Hermoso. Al final remate.
Felipe and Hermoso, the midfielders there, were battling, and it was well defended by the Mallorcan team.
Coordinado bien el salto y han podido rematar a las manos de Manolo Reina.
Luckily went into Manolo Reina's hands, who releases the ball, and Franco Russo is in possession.
Mallorca quiere batalla, está ahí Franco Russo que sale de forma expeditiva con la cabeza. Kangin Lee no ha tocado apenas el balón y eso es un problema.
Kangin Lee has barely touched the ball in the second half, which is of course a problem.
Lo vemos en la retransmisión, o lo veremos, está ahí Luis Suárez,
Luis Suárez is coming on, we can see that now.
Gol, sí, parecía que había entrado dentro.
Yes, and it looks like that is a goal for Atlético.
Celebran el gol el Atlético de Madrid 1-0. Está escuchando el VAR.
It is 1-0, yes. They are looking to see what happened. They are going to go to the bar. There are a lot of things happening at once there. The referee seems to be talking to the bar referees. Manolo Reina, it's very strange that he hasn't asked for a foul, because it did look like they were preventing him from getting up. Yes, he's definitely listening to some orders there, some instructions from the bar. The goal is being revised as we speak.
Le están presionando, es que realmente ha sido una jugada no limpia dentro del
área.
And
so that is a huge shame.
Dice que no ha habido nada. No, dice que no, el árbitro ha hecho con una señal con el brazo. Qué jugada. ¿Cómo se te puede escapar, no? Ahí con ese 0-0. Es una jugada que lástima, porque no ha sido.
But yeah, it's a shame to have let that slip through our fingers there.
Ya ha entrado llorando, pero igual de válido.
Un gran recurso delantero en ese momento para marcar el gol Correa, ¿no? Un jugador que ha estado atento ahí y cae el Mallorca en estos momentos en el Wanda Metropolitano, minutos 70 prácticamente.
Yeah, so Mallorca falls now around the 70th minute, and we're definitely going to have to move some chess players now to try and get one back. Kangin Lee in possession, Paulo Maffeo next to him there.
Balón al área, intentaba luchar Abdon Prats.
Abdon Prats trying to battle there. And Take Kubo coming on now. Valiant in possession now in defensive area.
Sigue. La verdad es que lo tiene muy complicado, la banda derecha del Atlético de Madrid
It's very hard for them on the right wing with Koke there. So Versalico and Luis Suárez are coming on for Atlético. And they're coming on in exchange for Cunha and Correa. So definitely a big power change here, power shift. Ángel is also looking like he's coming on for Mallorca. We can see him talking to Pedro Rostoy there with the number 22 on his shirt.
Y por nuestra parte, pues bueno, es lo que tenemos que hacer, ¿no? Intentar ir a por el empate lo antes posible.
Yes, so now we have to try and get the draw now for the to equalize at least. Yes, however, we have to admit that from the beginning of the second half, it's almost like a Atletico monologue. Llorente on the right-hand side of Atletico's attack. Llorente passes to Lemar. Trying to get more opportunities, even if they come from the Mallorca team's exhaustion.
Sí, además que hemos sido capaces de hacerlo en la primera parte, hemos generado peligro y hemos tenido ocasiones de gol. ¿Por qué no podemos hacerlo en esta segunda? Lo importante es que este gol que ha marcado el Atlético de Madrid no
Yes, of course. In the it is true that in the first half, up until this point, they had the control of the match, and then we regained it and we managed to get some scoring opportunities. Yes, there was a bit of a misunderstanding there between Jaume Costa and Martin Valgent, but luckily Jaume Costa was there to save the ball at the end. Galarreta in possession now. Come on, Antonio. So Galarreta passes to Galarreta.
Fuera. Se va a córner, la ha tocado con la cabeza, intuimos porque está en el suelo en estos momentos Lodi.
Maffeo heads the ball.
Triple cambio en el Real Mallorca.
And that is a corner for Mallorca.
Por si hay que evitar una contra rápida, una situación de estas que pueden ocasionar un problema al Mallorca. También se va a Don Prats y van a entrar Bataglia, Ataque.
So Abdon is coming off. And we've got Bataglia, Take and Angel coming on. And we've got Antonio coming off as well.
Seguía en el campo, por eso estábamos pendientes, lo ha marcado muy bien el videomarcador del Wanda Metropolitano. Y va a sacar el córner el Real Mallorca.
So Mallorca is going to take their corner now.
Había rematado Martin Valiant, el rechace lo tiene en estos momentos Dani Rodríguez para Pablo Maffeo.
Dani Rodríguez in possession, passes to Pablo Maffeo.
Bataglia la ha tenido ahí en ese balón suelto. Bataglia no ha sido capaz de
And Bataglia had the loose ball there but was not able to rebound it.
Y se le ha caído un balón franco que al final no ha sido capaz de rematar. La tiene Take Kubo. Take va a buscar el remate.
Take in possession, was going to look for the rebound, but reaches Atletico's defense there.
Estas embestidas del Mallorca, pero ahora hay que ir con cuidado con esto, ¿no? Porque el Atlético está un poquito partido y te puede matar, ¿no? Con estas transiciones.
Sí, porque además el Mallorca ahora tiene que exponer mucho más. Ha sacado pólvora, ha sacado jugadores de aguantar más el balón y buscar situaciones de uno contra uno. Y esas ocasiones que pueda tener el Mallorca se pueden convertir en una transición rápida, en una contra de Atlético de Madrid y te puede sacar del partido, ¿no? Pero muy buena reacción del Mallorca. Qué lástima que
yes, luckily Mallorca have reacted well to the goal being scored. It's a bit of a slow reaction, we must admit. But we did do it in the first half, so why not in the second half now? Maffeo again in possession. Beats Lodi. Yes, pass to Take Kubo, but the ball got stolen by Kondogbia. But Valgent back in possession, who passes to Jaume Costa. Baba there in the midfield, asking for Take Kubo. Take in possession now. Very well defended by Lodi there. And Lodi goes down.
Uno contra uno que ha tenido con Maffeo, que le ha ganado la partida. Lateral contra lateral y Maffeo saca su moto a pasear y puede ser un argumento importante para no... Estaba viendo ahora aquí el videomarcador, la acción es gol. Lo que pasa que si yo tengo que ver algo, que no lo reclamo, Juanjo, yo como siempre me pongo la camiseta de tal, es verdad que en esa lucha dentro del área está revolviéndose encima del portero,
Sí, es lo que...
Correa. Y no sé, pero bueno, tampoco si no se ha reclamado y no se ha tal, tampoco Manolo ha dicho nada, que es lo que tú has dicho, pero es verdad que ha rematado con la espuela y estaba totalmente el jugador encima y antes le había pegado una patada, o sea, no sé hasta qué punto.
Y vemos que ahí que están hablando portero.
Está Jan Black ahora intentando ganar esos momentos con Lemar. Ahora está Ángel Rodríguez, que no quiere que ahora se pierda tiempo. Ahora todo lo que se pedía por un lado se pierde por el otro.
Obviously, now it's Mallorca who doesn't want Atletico to waste time. All Black was there talking to one of his players, and Ángel Rodríguez was getting very frustrated by the fact of them trying to waste time, of course. We're obviously trying to see if any luck can fall Mallorca's way now in the last part of this match. No, but I think we are projecting ourselves very well in the last 5 minutes. And still 14 minutes plus extra time left, and Mallorca is definitely reacting well. Take Kubo in possession now. Passes to Maffeo.
Ahí está Maffeo, todo el mundo busca, todo el mundo, ha intentado hacérsela en estos momentos. Take Kubo no ha conseguido, pero me gusta, ¿no? Me gusta que se pruebe. Me gusta que pruebe estas cositas Take, porque tiene que ser un jugador decisivo.
Take Kubo trying something that didn't particularly work out, but we do like that. We like boldness, we like bravery on the pitch.
Estos jugadores está subiendo quilates el juego en Mallorca, Juanjo.
Sí, ahora mismo el Mallorca está teniendo ese peso en ataque que le estamos reclamando.
Yes, Mallorca has definitely got a lot of weight on the attack right now.
Mira Pablo buscando a Ángel.
Pablo Maffeo there looking for Ángel.
Estaba ahí buscándolo. Está ahí ahora Jaume Costa, cuidado porque va Dani Rodríguez. El rechace cae.
Jaume Costa and Dani Rodríguez there.
Está Luis Suárez, que es
Luis Suárez there, ready to intercept.
Ha tocado la cara con el brazo también en la lucha franco-ruso, pero aquí se juega con todo.
Yes, battling there against Franco Russo. He was stepped on then, and
no sé si por Kank, tal vez.
a hand grazing the face there of the Atletico player. And Fer Niño looks like he's going to be the next change to come on. Take Kubo is moved over to the right-hand side of the attacking area. Yes, Kang In Lee was good in the first half, but now they need some fresh meat on the pitch that is eager to score. And actually, I'm visualizing a goal by Fernandinho, actually. Well, that would just be wonderful, because it would be great for him and great for the fans as well.
Lo ha barrido y lo ha sacado de sitio. Felipe, a Ángel.
There was a foul then for Felipe on Ángel, but that should be a yellow card, we think.
Me imagino que pasará un 4-4-2 poniendo ahí arriba ese doble ataque.
Kank está ya muy cerca, se lo está diciendo en estos momentos.
Sí, está muy cansado.
Está muy cerca ya de aquí y está prácticamente ha dicho soy yo. A veces cuando no quieres...
No, Baba.
Yes.
Pues mira.
So it's actually Baba that is coming off. So he's bringing off the players that have yellow cards, it seems.
Con todo y a por todas.
Sí. Luego nos la podemos comer, nos podrán meter un segundo, pero está claro.
Yo creo que Khan se creía que
I love this strategy of bringing on all the forwards right now and making sure that we go in all guns blazing. Of course, that might mean that, and it is a goal. And we have equalized here in the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium.
Juanjo, qué subidón. Creemos que ha sido Maffeo.
What an adrenaline rush here for us. And it is actually Franco Russo. Spectacular way of jumping there to rebound that ball and put it in the back of the net. What an equalizer there for Franco Russo.
Estamos viendo aquí el replay y Dani nos está dando, no tiene voz, pero tiene móvil.
Cómo se ha levantado, increíble.
Cómo se ha levantado, no se ha apoyado, ha marcado unos tiempos que tenemos centralazos. que son fuertes, altos, que saltan bien.
Just goes to show that we have midfielders that are fast, strong, and that they can shoot on target. What a goal for him.
Como hemos visto, el equipo estaba en un perfil muy ofensivo y ahora ya con este empate sí que es verdad que tenemos que estructurar un poco más las líneas.
Dale rápido al reloj.
Yes, because now it is it's a very difficult position for us because we've piled on the forwards onto the pitch, and now that we've equalized, that means we're going to have to just give it our all now and try and get another one in there. Ooh, there's an intercepted ball there by Felix, which looks quite dangerous. The referee is not whistling the foul there. Jaume Costa, let's be honest, he's like a captain with no armband, to be honest. Yes, so finally we have equalized here in the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium. Franco Russo, very well-deserved goal there. Somebody who has come from the bottom and has grown with the Mallorca team as he has improved as a person and a player.
Eso es falta. Deja seguir Nuria Martínez hasta qué punto cuando el balón ya está ahí. ¿Por qué no se pita la falta, Juanjo? ¿Qué ley de la ventaja estás dando?
So that was definitely a foul there, but the referee was not whistling it. We're not sure why.
Mira cómo van sobre él.
They're all on top of the Mallorca player.
Minuto 82, pero no hay que aflojar porque somos capaces de marcar el segundo.
Este es el Juanjo que me gusta, Dani.
So 82nd minute, but we really can't settle down now because we really are capable of scoring another one. So we would like to ask Tony how he experienced the equalizer from where he is in the Mallorca Stadium. Well, really happy about that goal. I was surprised as well because it did seem that they were having a different dynamic and more possession the last couple of minutes. Oh, and that should be a card there. Yeah, you're going to be able to see that now. It should be a card for Lodi there. And Sedlar looks like he's going to come on as well for Mallorca. What can he bring to the team now if Sedlar comes on? Almost like to bring cement to the team, right? And also to destroy a little bit, I guess. Yeah, I think Luis Garcia has thought of him as a midfielder for now, as a connection point in the middle of the pitch. And also he will be an important player for when the ball is stopped to give some free kicks.
En aquestes darreres jugades que hi pot haver de pilota aturada, si l'Atlètic de Madrid decideix penjar pilotes o si pel contrari...
Mira, Toni, perdona que t'interrompesqui, se'n va Kang In-lee, que abans havia dit en el míster...
So Kang In-lee is coming off.
El míster ha sido valiente.
So that was a bold and brave choice from Luis Garcia. So where he went for bravery, in the end he got the prize of tactics and strategy. So now we've got some Serbian cement coming on. Colonel Sedlar for the Mallorcan team.
Albert, creo que han sacado tarjeta amarilla a Valjen en esa protesta de esa jugada. Ha sido a Russo.
And there's also a yellow card for Russo for protesting there. But Maffeo, that was a difficult foul against Maffeo then. It was a really tough one. So Llorente there, we can't get distracted. Luis Suarez and Joao Felix are also there ready to get the ball. Atletico trying to get past through on the left wing. 85th minute of the match now.
Està ben plantat, ha canviat a Kang, ha entrat Sedlar està formando, parece que más una línea de tres que más que se haya puesto por encima.
Sedlar seems to be forming a three-man line in the middle rather than in the defense.
A ver dónde va y Jaume Costa acaba de hacer una falta. Cuidadito, cuidadito porque ahora lo va a
Jaume Costa just fouled an Atletico player, so you've got to be careful with that because obviously Atletico players are going to be looking for cards and fouls now in the last couple of minutes.
¿Por qué no, Juanjo? ¿Por qué no aguantar? ¿Por qué no aguantar y por qué no tener alguna? Porque tendremos una.
We've got to be optimistic, Juanjo. We might get another one in there. We might manage to scrape another goal in. Yeah, definitely. I mean, and also Atletico, we've just got to be careful because they're going to throw everything now onto the attack. And that was close there from Koke. Just my apologies to all the spectators and all the listeners because of my silence when I get surprised by these kind of rebounds from the Atletico players.
Por esa distancia, no sé el tema óptico nuestro como ha sido, pero
nos ha parado el corazón, me está
encantando. Nos ha parado. Además era un centro.
Yeah, we don't even know how that one happened then, but it definitely it made us have a bit of a heart attack for a minute. Yes, and as we can see, there are some people getting up and leaving with 5 minutes of official time left to go. That always happens in these kind of matches. Take there in possession, battling for Mallorca. Take then fouling the Atletico player. Bit of a bad decision there from him.
Lo busca Kondogbia busca esta superioridad por banda izquierda.
Kondogbia.
Buena presión de ataque Kubo que se está también.
Then to Lodi, who's got Lemar there next to him.
A tope para intentar esa línea de 3 de presión. Me encanta ahora aquí a Ferniño muy bien.
Ferniño in possession there.
Ahora era Koke que intentaba.
There's a foul there against Ferniño by Koke, but it's not whistled.
Están viendo el partido 3/4 de campo para el Atlético de Madrid. Joao Félix busca ganar aquí en superioridad.
Joao Félix in possession. Koke back to Llorente, who's going to trying to find a midfielder. Passes to Luis Suarez. Very well defended by Jaume Costa, and it goes out.
Sonido ambiente en el Wanda Metropolitano. Hay silbidos. Minuto 88 y 10 segundos.
88th minute now of the match.
Claro, Manolo ha hecho lo que ha hecho antes Oblak y en ese momento he dicho me encanta el fútbol.
Es que Manolo está haciendo lo que tiene que hacer. No tiene ninguna prisa.
So Manolo now creating some frustration for the Atletico fans, who's doing exactly what he needs to do, trying to steal as much precious time as he can by talking to his teammates.
Eso es un faltón y Dani está molido, Es que
important foul there against Dani Rodriguez.
Un jugador tan fuerte y físico como Llorente, el otro está un poquito más flojo en cuanto al salto y te viene una bestia por detrás con fuerza y eso se multiplica por mucho.
Sí, tú estás estático, te viene fuerte por detrás.
El impacto es durísimo.
Yes, especially if you are stopped and somebody that is stronger than you goes and shoves you from behind, then that is going to be painful.
O ha sido Kank, habrá sido con pierna zurda que estaba ahí cuando justo ha pedido. Sí, era él el cambio. Dani Rodríguez ahí en el centro del campo se le supera.
Dani Rodriguez in possession in the middle of the field. Russo and Battaglia in possession now. Back to Dani Rodriguez.
Que era del Atlético, ¿no? Porque eso estaba más dividido que nada. Mira, y lo ha sacado un metro más para adelante. Es que es increíble.
Está tirando mucho para todas estas acciones divididas, pues está tirando.
Yes, at the moment it does seem that the referee is definitely benefiting the other team with his decisions. 89th minute now here. We're equalized in the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium. Ferniño in possession. Come on, Angel and Maffeo. Let's have a look what we do. Take in possession. And it is another goal for Mallorca here. Take Kubo scores in the 90th minute, making it 2-1 to Mallorca.
Take Fusa Kubo acaba de marcar un golaç.
What a goal by Take Kubo here.
Cercant a la seva afició a la part de dalt. Davall el videomarcador que marca 4 minuts. Contra perfecta
So
del
there's
Real
4
Mallorca.
minutes of extra time on the clock.
Bueno, pues Albert, yo no sé, pero...
Lo has dicho tú, ¿eh?
Escucha, me encanta que hoy el Departamento de Comunicación del Mallorca se ha convertido en 3 hooligans, que estamos aquí disfrutando.
El otro día, mira, ¿sabes? El otro día tuve un debate interno, porque marcamos en Segovia y estaba así. Yo estaba así.
Porque no te había llegado,
las cosas se tienen que celebrar.
Yo lo siento mucho, pero a mí el
Yes, so that was an extremely exciting celebration from us here, and I've got to say, maybe a little bit embarrassing from us here in the stadium, but the other day when we scored in Segovia, I was far too calm, and we've just got to celebrate things when things like this happen.
Tremendo en aquests moments, eh?
So very exciting for us in these moments now, the last moments of the match. We really do deserve a victory here today for everything that we have struggled with and suffered to be here today. Llorente passes to Koke, Atlético in possession. Let's battle against Luis Suarez now. Come on, Russo. Well defended by Russo. Lemar in possession. Martin Valiant defending well there. Excellent defending on the wing there. Jaume Costa goes down there.
No sabem exactament què queda en aquests moments. 2 minuts per acabar el partit.
So 2 minutes of extra time left now. Llorente passes to Koke.
No. Pujarà Oblak.
And Oblak is going to come up. Jan Oblak coming up to help with the offense.
Luis Suárez, evidentment, no la trobarà un jugador del Mallorca. Pràcticament és la darrera acció que pot tenir l'Atlètic de Madrid si mor aquí. Serà a favor, atenció.
So this could be the last chance for Atletico.
Ens ha perdonat l'Atlètic
And
de
that
Madrid.
sounded like a close call there.
Que el corazón se nos vuelque. Tienen que pasar a veces a favor también, Juanjo.
So these kind of things have to happen for us sometimes. We nearly have a heart attack, but sometimes it works out in our favor. That was very close. But yes, we cannot wait for this match to be over now because this is extremely stressful for all of us. Just 1 minute left on the clock.
Sí, tenim aquí el marcador. Que se acabe ya, Juanjo. Tú has dicho, ¿eh? ¿Por qué no? Veías al Mallorca y has dicho, ¿por qué no?
Hay que aprovechar.
Yes, so you said earlier today, Juanjo, why not? Why not today?
Yo me retiro ya de la narración, ¿eh? Se lo dejo a Dani.
I'm definitely going to retire from football commentating after today. We're going to leave the job to Danny from now on. It's far too stressful for us. So the referee is still looking at his watch, but he's not whistling yet. Llorente is asking for everybody to come up to the top of the pitch. Everybody wants the match to be over now. And that is the final whistle. So it is a victory for Mallorca here. What a comeback from Mallorca, coming back from 1-0 down with goals from Franco Russo and Take Kubo. Very surprising end result here in the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium.
Es parlava de tot, vents del Mallorca i victòria del Real Club Deportiu Mallorca al Wanda Metropolitano.
Yes, so we were hoping for a lot of things, but a win was kind of a... So we are going to try and calm down here in the stadium, but Albert is saying there's no point in calming down. We've got to keep it being very excited. So we're going to go to the Mallorca Stadium to speak to Carlos.
Pues gracias, Albert. Retomo yo desde aquí. No me quitéis a Juanjo, que le quiero
Yes, so taking over here from the Mallorca Stadium now. Lots of adrenaline there from Albert, as we can see.
Muchas ocasiones aquí. Nos deben unas cuantas. Y hoy nos cobramos.
So we were owed some points, and we got them today. Yeah, we really were owed some points. You know about the intensity that we feel in these kind of stadiums. It's a footballing event. They live and breathe football for those 90 minutes. And it's been great to witness this experience for Mallorca in this stadium. And it is Atlético's first defeat at home this year, and it's been achieved by Mallorca. They made a wall against Atlético's attacking attempts. They came back fighting. And this has been a great experience for us. So just one more question for you before I start speaking to Tony now. So this Mallorca team, we always say that if we carry on with our performances, the results will follow. So hopefully today was the turning point. Yeah, you needed to be maximum concentration, and we proved our worth today. We held this level of concentration for the 90 minutes, and then we just came alive. We definitely suffered, of course, for 90 long minutes, but we hadn't been lucky facing the goal. Today we did have that luck in practically the last minutes of the match. But it is an epic win for us today. And I think the Mallorca fans should really show their support and their gratitude today. Yeah, so enjoy the atmosphere in the stadium there in the Wanda Metropolitan, and also be careful, because a night in Madrid with this kind of adrenaline and atmosphere could be dangerous. Yes, I'm definitely going to keep things cool and as I return to my hotel now. Yes, we're seeing the fans and the coach and all the players celebrating it immensely here, so just congratulations to all Mallorca fans. Well, thank you to you, and enjoy the evening. So we're going to go and let Juanjo Doblas enjoy his evening now, and we'll be hearing from the main characters of this match very shortly in the flash interviews and press conferences. Of course, we'll be hearing from Kubo. Kubo, of course, I guess, MVP of the match because of his goal-scoring moment. So, Tony, the team battled until the end, and it was all about the attitude, right? Yeah, that dedication and that compromise, commitment, and it always gives you an added plus, and today it really showed. Atletico started the second half dominating very heavily, but there were very clever changes made by Mallorca. There was a lot more mobility at the top, Kubo's quality, and I don't think anybody really expected that comeback. And they believed in themselves, they put the work in, and we got the result. And it's that kind of feeling that we knew exactly how to play in the last couple of minutes. Yeah, they followed their match plan, and I'm sure those last minutes were planned out in the strategy. And they had barely any opportunities, and they managed to take advantage of them. Yeah, they did some very good management of those last minutes that Luis García Plaza has been talking about all season. But it comes to a point where in those minutes, the psychological factor is extremely important as well, and it affects everything so much. It's kind of like a clutch time that we hadn't been very good at managing until today. Yeah, they almost became bigger today in the last couple of minutes. I'm sure they've been working on it immensely. Oh, just to interrupt you, we're just going to go to the stadium because we're going to hear from Kubo. So 3 points for Mallorca, Take. What are your feelings? Yeah, they started well. We knew how to suffer. I think we were up against the most complete and all-round team in the league, and it's just obviously we have to be really proud of what we did. So yeah, so we were 1-0 down first of all, and it looked like we were going to lose, and then there was that rebound by Russo, and then your goal. Yeah, I just saw that there was a massive gap towards the end, and Luis Garcia always tells us to take that advantage and run, so I just went on by myself. So on an individual level, I imagine you're really happy to be able to score in your second match after your injury. Yeah, personally, I hadn't been helping the team very much after those 2 months. You know, I hadn't been up to standard, and hopefully now this is like the performance that I can give every match. Yeah, I'm very good to break the that bad patch of 7 matches without a win. Yeah, when I was on the bench, I could just tell that the team was looking good, but I could just tell they were missing something, and luckily we were able to bring that out. So it's a good sensation to get those points today. Yeah, the 3 points are what counts at the end of the day. And that's what counts, so we're really happy. So Take Kubo's words there. Protagonist in today's match. With priceless 3 points. Yes, so as he said, we knew how to suffer. And just to quote him there, Luis Garcia says, touch the ball and run with it. Yeah, typical coach sentence there. Yeah, it is true that Atletico left a gap, and he was smart to see that, and he just took it and ran with it. And the way he was able to keep his cool against Oblak was very efficient. Yeah, so as we were saying earlier, it seemed like the team weren't really managing to manage well that clutch time, and then today they did. And in a stadium to which it's unusual to win in this way. Yeah, maybe this situation can help the team to grow. And let them kind of lose that fear of the last minutes of the match, and maybe become the opposite, like a positive thing for the team. Yeah, I mean, as we were talking in the pre-match, not just from here in the Mallorca Stadium, but in the Wanda Metropolitan as well, you know, they work hard, they know how to suffer, they compete against other teams, they face up to their rivals, they don't give up. They're out there again and again, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And recently, especially because of these kind of roller coaster moments, especially at the end of the matches, where there's more lack of concentration or tiredness. Until today, they hadn't been able to manage well those last minutes of the match.
Sí que se parecía más al Mallorca que habíamos visto al inicio del campeonato, pero sí que es cierto que
I mean, against Valencia we did see a shadow of what Mallorca had looked like at the beginning of the season, but they had been fluctuating since then, of course. And the feelings were good, of course, that, you know, they're hardworking and they had a lot of attitude, very brave. Sometimes more or less luck, depending on the day, of course. And yeah, there were those feelings of like that something could happen for Mallorca. They weren't so dominating on the offense, it's true. So my question for you, Tony, is that they've been able to react against a massive rival who is actually famous for scoring in the last minutes of the match. You know, they've beaten Simeone's team, which on an emotional level must be amazing, both for their match against Ceuta, but to also show that hard work pays off. Yeah, that's what they were missing against Valencia and Real Sociedad, and against Seville as well, because of that disallowed goal and everything that happened. And I hope this makes them gain a lot of confidence and face up to these matches on like a superior level. And we've seen that they are perfectly able to compete and to beat very complicated rivals, like Juanjo said, a team that hadn't lost at home this season yet. And they've done it with Abdon on the pitch and Ángel and Ferniño on the bench. Galarreta, Baba with yellow cards, Franco Russo with a yellow card, and all the risk that meant. You know, taking off Baba to put Ferniño or Take or Ángel to come on instead. So it was a risk by Luis Garcia once again, and today it paid off. Yeah, I mean, it was lucky, of course, because just when he made those attacking changes, and then it just so happens we score, then obviously you've got to change your tactics that you hadn't up until that moment. It was definitely a brave idea. But yeah, we think it just makes you think that we are able to at least equalize. And I think that's a nice push for the players. And yeah, we keep getting surprised by this team. You know, a team that equalized in the 82nd minute and was able to beat an Atlético that had Joao Felix and Luis Suarez, as well as Lemar on the pitch. So they were able to face up to the challenge of the match. So with those risky changes that Luis Garcia made, he was able to beat Simeone's challenges, and they definitely enjoyed on the pitch today. So what's next now? So is it to win some more matches at home or what? Yeah, I think that's their kind of subject that they need to focus on, which is what they've managed to do. They need to pile the pressure on when they play at home. But I think the rest of the league now looks a bit different after this win today. But yeah, the fact of beating a team that you know obviously has a much bigger budget than you have is a massive confidence boost. And yes, and now obviously we can look at the league board and we can see that we are further away from relegation zone than from the Champions League zone. So it's a kind of lukewarm position now that we would have been happy with if you'd told us at the beginning of the season. Yeah, I mean, we knew that we were going to have to suffer to stay in top tier football. But we've got a healthy blanket now of points.
una calma per tenir aquesta feina, no te fa tenir aquesta pressió d'haver de sumar punts.
I think hopefully they're not going to feel so pressured of having to take risks every week now because of these 3 points.
Ara tenim 6 punts d'avantatge, no veurem què passa, no veurem...
No, we've got 6 advantage points now. Hopefully we can keep improving. But obviously we've got to focus on the fact that our aim is to stay in top tier football for another year.
De ascenso, de Conference League lo marca el Rayo Vallecano. El top por abajo lo marca el Cádiz con 12 puntos, son 6 de diferencia.
So obviously we've got Rayo Vallecano marking the Conference League Cup point, and then on the relegation zone we've got Cádiz there, and they're 7 points away from relegation zone at the moment.
Estamos por encima del punto por jornada, es decir, tenemos un bagaje positivo.
So at the moment there's positive baggage for the team.
Algunos 15, algunos 14, el tema coronavirus, el tema de aplazamientos por partidos Champions, etcétera, etcétera.
It is true that we've played 16 matches, where there are some teams that have played 15 because of, delays in matches and COVID problems and things like that.
6 puntos más de lo que ahora. Bueno, pues tendrías 40 y pocos que te sirven de sobras para estar en una situación.
So yes, if we try and make calculations and guess the amount of points, it's looking good. Of course, everybody can win, everybody can lose in this kind of league. Obviously, if we could move up the board and get an 8th, 9th, 10th place, then that would mean that we are obviously doing something right. But I'm just saying this because 2 years ago, when we went down to the second division, it is true that we were at the bottom of the table right from the beginning of the season. We did do some good matches, but we couldn't save ourselves. Right from the 3rd until the 38th leg, it was like a survival battle, which was very exhausting psychologically. Yeah, it was a very conditioning pressure that they had during every match, for every single match they played.
No faria. Lo que tu dius, ara el Mallorca sap que té aquest matalàs, no ha de pensar en anar més a dalt.
Now Mallorca knows that they have this kind of comfort mattress, but they need to be self-disciplined and they need to be hard on themselves, and they need to try and get these points. Obviously, as soon as we have some people to hear from in the Metropolitan Stadium, either in the flash interview place or in the press conference room, we will be going straight with him. And look, here we can see Franco Russo, so we're going to go and hear from him now. So, what a day to choose to score your first goal here in the Wanda Metropolitan Stadium. Yeah, I can't believe it. It's going to be a couple of days until it settles in. It's my granddad's birthday today. So I just want to say hello to him and my wife and the rest of my family. So how do those 3 points feel after, coming back against an Atlético team? I think it's a massive energy rush for us. The 3 points were really far away for us all the time. It's been a tough journey to get here. And today our hard work paid off. Today it looked like a different Mallorca team, a Mallorca team that we want to see back. We were enjoying seeing, and you got part of that spirit back today. Yeah, I think when we stopped doing the things that brought us here, when results weren't coming out, we can't lose that essence. And we've got to be the humble team that we've always been. And sooner or later, then the results come back. So yeah, it was 7 matches without a win. So what a day today against champion winners. Yeah, it was a great day to kind of finish a bad patch. It's just what dreams are made of course. I think we deserved a bit more in this match today. So this just showed what we're made of today. So a nice way to end up these 5 days that you've all spent in Madrid, you know, changing hotels and everything. Yeah, we've changed hotel 3 times in 5 days. But it is what it is when you play midweek matches as well. So yeah, so we've gone through to the next round in the King's Cup and now we've won here, so yeah, we can't believe it. Well, so congratulations, enjoy and try and get a good night's sleep if you can. So yes, Franco Russo there, author of the first goal of the match and the equalizing goal. We'll be hearing from Martin Valjean very soon. Yes, so we're waiting for Valjean there, and here he is. So we're going to go and hear from him.
Y seguimos con más protagonistas. Probaba el micro, ahora sí que entra el audio, Martín. Está contento hoy el jugador eslovaco Martín. ¿Cómo valoramos este triunfazo?
Slovakian player Martin Valjean, who looks very happy. So how do you feel about it? Oh, it's so valuable. Not only because of the points, but just the morale and the happiness it's giving all of us after 2 difficult months. You know, this kind of 5-day trip between the King's Cup and this match to get those points today is fantastic, and it's giving us a massive confidence boost. So, a serious match. Right from the first minute. Very good strategies from Mallorca. So you saw a bit more of your essence today, right? Yeah, Luis Garcia has been telling us to not lose our spirit. Maybe we hadn't showed it in the last couple of matches, not as much as today anyway. And obviously it's always easier to show when you're in the lead, and we're all so much happier. And now we've got the confidence to keep working hard, which is always so well compensated. So today you did the amazing feat, which is to come back from what was looking like a defeat. So that was a great achievement. Yeah, that was so important for us on a psychological level. You know, after them scoring, we just kept playing our match, and we were calm, and from a free kick and with a counter attack to get those 3 points is just amazing. But I mean, we've got a really important rival next Friday. You know, this is not the end of it. We need to get some more points. We need to keep working hard and doing things well. So hopefully you'll get a rest day before Friday, right? Well, we'll have to talk about it with Luis Garcia. So thank you very much, and good trip back. So obviously a very happy Martin Valjean there with the result of Mallorca today. So we will be going to the press conference to hear from Luis Garcia right now, actually. So congratulations on the victory. So what does it mean to win against a rival like Atlético, where after so many matches where those last minutes of the match were so difficult for you? Yeah, I just want to pick up on what you say there, because now you were calling it luck in the last minutes, but when it was happening against us, you were saying that we were doing things wrong. So yeah, it is luck. And we deserved a victory like this. And yet today, maybe we didn't make as many right decisions as we did in other matches. I'm obviously very, very proud of them. You know, there was that horrible bad patch of 7 matches without winning. We deserve so much more, of course. But we've only done one really bad match, which was the day in Vallecas. I think we deserve to have more points. And today it was just good fortune. They deserved it. The team really enjoyed playing today. But yeah, it's 3 points, but it's only 3 points. We're going to have a rest day tomorrow, but then from Monday we are going to work hard on the next match. But my feelings are the same.
y no se produjo empates. Y creo que hoy a lo mejor, pues si el Atleti mete alguna, pierdes, pero es que tenemos que estar ahí. Y creo que al final el fútbol, cuando tú le das
Yeah, I mean, if it's very easy to lose against a team like Atletico, but we've just got to be up there. But the boys deserved it today because they suffered a lot, and they have suffered a lot recently.
Todo el trabajo no de hoy solo, sino de esos partidos.
And I think today is a nice way to pay them back for all their hard work in previous matches. So what do you think of the two goals today? You know, Russo's header into the back of the net, and then Take's scoring ability. Yeah, I think it's great for midfielders to score once in a while, and Ángel did an excellent pass. He saw Take very well. Yeah, I mean, people can say that I made some really good changes today, but no, I think it was just good timing and good luck. People are obviously euphoric. I was quite calm because I speak from the heart. I don't think that the team deserved such a bad run like they've had. They've done so many things right before today, and today, obviously, yeah, we reaped we reaped what we'd sowed. But yeah, it was a long time coming that something like this should have to happen to us. But I'm really happy for the players. I'm really happy for the fans that made their way here. But it's not that before today we were a disaster and now we're heroes. You know, we've just got to keep working on our strong points and our weak points, stay humble. And I'm really conscious of that. And for a team to maintain where they are in a league board, they've got to go through tough times. Something we do have to consider is that from that bad patch of 7 matches without winning, there were 5 draws in there. But most of them were very well played.
Hola Luis, por aquí, Pedro Fullana, Carrusel Deportivo. Ha dicho Take que habías tenido una conversación, una charla.
So Take said that you'd had a conversation this week to come on the second half. Did you expect this Atletico, and did you expect to try and attack on the second half because Atletico had any struggles defending? No, I mean, I think Atletico have an amazing coach that analyzes everything very well, and I was just analyzing my players. We did have an important conversation in the change rooms, but that's between us. I mean, in top-tier football, there's a very fine line. It's such a fine line in between getting points, not getting points, winning or losing. You know, today we could have lost, won, or drawn. But I think they just reacted very well today, and they came out and gave it their all. But I think it's important for the people that come off the bench actually bring something to the team, and I think equalizing from a paused ball is a really good thing. But yeah, I think what we spoke about in the change rooms is between us. I'm really proud of the boys. I was annoyed at them. I didn't like the last 2 matches, but I will always have their back because they're giving us a lot right now. So you seem very emotional and excited about this victory. And then just talking about Take, first he was on the right, then he was on the left, then he was back on the right. So what kind of instructions did you give him to when he went on the pitch? Yeah, I made him go crazy. I changed his position 3 times. Then I put Sedler on and we had 5 at the back. Yeah, I mean, they're players that need to be important figures for us. It's going to be difficult to put in Kangin Lee and Take together. I think Antonio did a great job in covering up Llorente today. And we need to realize that they will be playing together. But there is no specific wingers at the moment. But I think they're all really rising up to the challenge. And yeah, I changed him a lot around the pitch because I thought that was what the match required. So in these last weeks, there's been some comments about the youth of the team, and maybe that they needed some more blood in the last kind of couple of meters of their plays. So what do you think about their maturity level? I understand your questions, but sometimes I feel like you want too many explanations for things that really aren't very simple to explain. You know, there were all these matches where, you know, in Cadiz we ended up with 10 men, then they scored against us, and you know, we knew that if we could reach the end of the match on a draw, then we weren't going to leave them any gaps. Because they are competing to win the league. There, I think we made some right decisions. It's just luck of the draw. You know, I remember in Mestalla, Fer saw an opportunity, went straight for the goal, lost the ball, and then they scored against us. So today it was the opposite, but for Take. But what the team needs to do is just to give everything on the pitch and compete every match. You know, I would love for us to win on Friday, but we're definitely going to have another bad patch. But it's just completely normal. We are going to suffer throughout the whole of the season, and I'm used to it. I've been doing it for 2 years, so we just need to give them trust, and we need to believe in them, and we need to give them a lot of love and support. So thank you very much. So Luis García Plaza's words there. So one sentence stands out for me, Tony, which is that we weren't that bad before and we're not that good now. Yeah, like he said. You know, 7 matches without a win. They really did do a good match in 6 of those. The only bad one was in Vallecas, where they made some wrong decisions, whereas Rayo Vallecano did play well. But yeah, they deserve some more points. You know, now that we've won, then yeah, they've won, but we could have won any of the other matches. So we're going to listen to Atletico's coach, Tolo Simeone.
Hola Diego, por aquí. Le cuesta mucho al equipo sacar ventaja en el marcador, como ha sido el caso de hoy, y cuando la tiene faltando muy poco.
It's difficult for the team to get an advantage on the scoreboard.
De nuevo a balón parado, ¿no? Que es un poco.
And then they really have to pay a lot for that lack of concentration.
Sí, yo reclamo y reclamaría más concentración.
Yeah, I think they need more concentration. They did a good start to the match. They did a good start to the second half. It was difficult for us to get ahead. And then we weren't able to take the control of the match again. There's always two scenarios. Some you rebel against and some just bring you down.
Hola, Mr. Alejandro Mori, para la historia de Onda Cero. Hablas de falta de concentración, de desatención.
So talking about the lack of concentration from the players, how do you fix that? With work? And on the other hand, do you think you're in a critical moment? Well, first of all, you've got to win. It's healthy every time you win, of course, and it brings a lot of positive things. You've got to continue working. We'd had a very nice week of training sessions, so it's a real shame. They'd all worked very well. And now we've had this result, which is, one we didn't want, we didn't expect. But that's the reality. So we just have to go onwards and upwards and face the next match, which is very important for us for the Champions League. So lots of questions about the defense this season. So yes, lots of scoring in the last couple of matches. Yeah, it's a very intense calendar for you. Yeah, I hope we can fix this. We are looking for some solutions. It is true that for every dangerous situation that we can create for a rival, they can create one for us. But the important thing is to win, and today we weren't able to. From a psychological perspective, how do you bring their morale back up? Yeah, like I said earlier, I think they can either bring you down or you can rebel against these kind of results. I trust the boys, and I think they'll rebel against it. And I think they're just going to come back even stronger and harder working. And I think we're just going to go back on the path that we know very well. Well, just to bring out something positive, I wanted to ask about Cunha, who, came on today and scored. What do you think he brings to the team? Because he's really taking advantage of the minutes he's on the pitch in a very competitive lineup. Yes, we've got a lot of forwards, a lot of strikers. He's working very well. He's working very well in the team. He knows what the team needs, and he's finding the scoring opportunities, which is obviously very important for the strikers. So we hope he can continue on that line and help, like the rest of the team, to try and redirect this situation. So thank you very much.
Pues las palabras de Diego Pablo Simeone y...
Yeah, so Diego Pablo Simeone's words there. So talking about a crisis for the team and saying that the team is not looking good and not playing very well. So it's all a lot of criticism, but they're fourth on the leaderboard. 6 or 7 points away from the leader, Real Madrid. So, they're talking about crisis over there. Yeah, but of course, they've got different aims than Mallorca. They won the league last year. Obviously, they want to repeat that. And it's a different level of pressure, of course, especially from Real Madrid and from Barcelona. They obviously thought they were going to have the 3 points today. So it's very frustrating for them. So like he said, they can either rebel against that or they can get sunk by it. So the final they have in Porto is going to be very complicated. I was going to say that Porto are looking comfortable, but more than that, they're looking very, very good, both in the Champions League and in the Portuguese League. And Benfica's defeat against Sporting Club last weekend leaves Porto in a very good position to try and win the league. And in that sense, then this final against Porto, maybe that's going to have some kind of psychological effect on the players' minds. Yeah, of course. I'm sure players like Suarez, Lemar, João Felix, it kind of gives, a different kind of message to those players. Maybe they felt that the important match was going to be the one against Porto. But then again, Suarez, Felix, Lemar, they all came on, and Mallorca still won with those 3 players on the pitch. So I think that the victory today was definitely our own merit rather than failure from Atletico. And they were able to come up into those 1 versus 1 against 1 situations.
De forma más reposada, porque creo que lo merece ataque Kubo, que se está acabando de duchar y que seguramente.
So we do want to listen again to Take Kubo, who is finishing up changing, and he'll be in the press conference room. So we're going to go to a little ad break in the meantime, because he is going to take about 7 minutes to be ready for that. And that way we can also have a breather, which Tony and I definitely deserve, and we'll be back with Take Kubo's words.
Sense barreres davant meu ha cobrat vida.
Ja veiem què passa, ja veiem què passa. No sé què passa, ni per què passa, però sempre em passa.
Llenamos de contenidos tu vuelo y tú decides disfrutarlos o soñarlos en asientos cama. Te damos acceso directo al pasillo y tú decides máxima privacidad y confort. Llevamos más alto nuestra clase business y tú decides volar con nosotros. O no. Pero un consejo. Decide llegar tan lejos como quieras en la nueva clase business. Air Europa. Tú decides.
Grupo Escribano. Somos especialistas en reformas y fachadas. Financia ahora el 100% y paga en 12 meses sin intereses. Para importes desde 200 euros hasta 200.000 euros. 0% TAE. Grupo Escribano.
Pues esperamos a Takefusa Kubo para cerrar el play.
So we are waiting for Take Kubo just to finish off with our post-match coverage today. A very exciting and lovely evening. Like as Martin Balgent said, it's hard work has paid off. So we are going to let Tony go and have his dinner. He must be exhausted. He has been here live since 5 p.m. Yeah, so next Friday now, direct rival in the Ceuta team. They've got really good forwards. It'll be a complicated match for sure. They need to have a lot of self-discipline. They need to play well and commit. And they really need to just involve themselves. So, up until what point is it important that we've had this victory now? Yeah, of course, they wouldn't face up to the next rival in the same way if they hadn't got any points today, of course. Of course, they would have been a lot more nervous, there would have been a lot more pressure. Like the season when they went down to the second division, it was almost like every match was a cup final because of the pressure that was on them. I think these 3 points can give Mallorca the opportunity to grow and get a new dynamic. Dynamics that are very difficult to explain how they come about in football. You know, how players kind of gain and lose confidence. And I think they'll see themselves kind of, backed up by this victory. So, Tony, thank you very much for being here with us today. And we'll obviously be talking about you soon with the youth team. So the next match is in Manacor, and hopefully we can break the record for most consecutive victories. So good night.
Tony Suau, que pues ya queda liberado evidentemente para ya próximos partidos, sobre todo el filial con Esteban Ramón y buscando esa 12ª victoria.
So yes, they are looking for their 12th consecutive victory for the youth team, looking for that return to top-tier youth football.
En la categoría superior. En este sentido, estamos esperando a que salga Takefusa Kubo.
So we are waiting on Take Kubo to come out to the press conference room. We're just looking at the league table here with Real Madrid, who are 10 minutes into their match, which is 0-0 in the match against Real Sociedad. Then there's Seville and Betis on 31 and 30 points respectively. Then Atlético de Madrid, who obviously lost tonight. Then there's Real Sociedad, who is playing right now and would love to have some 3 points, which would actually put them in a draw position with Real Madrid. And then the surprise of the season with Rayo Vallecano there in 6th place at the moment. Who are playing tomorrow against Español, who are also in kind of a comfortable position with those 20 points there. Then there's Valencia there on 19 and Mallorca, Villarreal, who lost today against Seville 1-0. And then that's the hot zone. There's Celta, who is our next rival next Friday night on 16 points. Obviously, they've played one match less, of course. Granada, who won against Alaves 2-1 yesterday. Then comes the Alaves, who lost yesterday.
con 14. El Elche, que está
On 14, Elche, who is just there outside the relegation zone, on 12. And then Cádiz also on 12, Getafe on 10, and Levante with only 7 points.
La jornada que se jugará mañana por la tarde, a partir de las 2, como siempre es habitual en los horarios de la Liga.
So all those matches coming up tomorrow after 2 p.m. on Sunday afternoon. And then there's also matches on Monday at 9 p.m.
El Barça y Atlético de Madrid jugándose la vida en Porto y en Múnich. Eso sí, un partido en Múnich, por cierto, que se jugará a puerta.
There's also a championship match, which would be a closed door match in Munich in a couple of days' time. So just reminding ourselves of the match today, it's been an amazing match where Mallorca came back from a 1-0 down with some excellently timed changes from Luis Garcia after the 60th minute of the match. We're just looking at some images here of the press conference room waiting for Kubo to appear, whose goal gave Mallorca the victory. It was scored in the 90th minute and 40 seconds after Franco Russo's header, which obviously was allowed by the bar. Obviously, that came after Atletico's first goal, which was made by Cunha. And here we go. We're going to go and hear from Kubo now in the press conference room.
Que queda en esa posición confortable. Nos vamos a la sala de prensa, escuchamos a Kubo.
En primer lugar, enhorabuena, Kubo, te ves victoria pellicer.
So, congratulations.
Cuando has visto que el balón entraba
so,
y qué supone para ti
what were you feeling when you saw that the goal was going into the net and it's your first goal for Mallorca this season and after your injury? I'm very happy, first of all. Until now, I hadn't helped the team as much as I wanted to. So I hope this is good for the team, and I want to help more from now on. So good night and congratulations. How has your return to Mallorca been? Because you came back, you had some minutes, then you were slowed down by your injury. Now you've scored against an incredible rival after this bad patch of 7 non-wins. So how is your return? How do you feel? They're really looking after me. After the injury, everybody, the physiotherapists treated me very well. The players as well were really supportive. It was a difficult moment, but I'm enjoying football again now and I'm really happy. Were you dreaming of this kind of end to the match after that excellent pass from Angel and winning in the Wanda Stadium on one of your first days back? I mean, you know, dreaming is free, of course. You know, obviously I always want to come on and try and assist or score and help the team. There are days where we're going to lose, days where we're going to win, but I was happy to be part of it today. So you said earlier on TV that you were talking to Luis Garcia and you were coming on to kind of break up the match. So, did you think that you had an opportunity at the end of the match? Yeah, the conversation was before the match. We were in a bad dynamic, but the team knew what they were doing and we knew the results were going to follow. And I'm happy about that. But I thought I was going to be called after the goal from Atletico, and that's what happened.
a Oblak fue intencionado o salió de casualidad. Y bueno, recordando pues esa escena de ganar el mano a mano contra uno de los mejores porteros del mundo como Oblak.
So it's that sensation of winning that one-on-one against Oblak. So how do you feel about that? Yeah, I was a bit scared when the ball was a little bit too far back when I started running. I could see some of the Atletico players that were with me, but then they kind of slowed down and they were looking for the offside, and I was on my own and I saw the gap there, and I was a bit nervous. But I thought he was going to cut me off if I went to the side, so I just went straight ahead.
Excuse me, can I ask in Japanese?
En japonés, sí, claro.
久保選手お疲れ様です。ゴールおめでとうございます。ピッチに立ってる姿がこう一回り大きく見えたんですけれども、そのトレーニングされてきたここまでの過程などちょっと聞かせていただけたらと思います。
最初の1ヶ月は本当にボールとか何も蹴れなくて足も動かせなかったんで、できることが上半身の筋トレしかなくて、でそれを今も基本的についてしまった習慣というか、そういった形で毎週筋トレやって一回りでかくなったかなと思います。
Aquí arriba el compañero de IB3 Televisión.
¿Te has quitado un peso de encima con el gol? Porque sí que eres un
Was it a relief to score the goal? Because obviously, you know, they always talk about your potential. You kind of arrived here as like the star of the team. So was that a relief to score today? Yeah, if I'm honest, definitely. Personally, I was thinking that I wasn't helping the team as much as is expected of me. So now I definitely feel a bit looser and a bit better about it.
Una curiosidad, de todos los mensajes que tienes en el móvil, me imagino que de mucho mallorquinista.
So from all the messages that must be blowing up your phone right now, is there anybody, you know, anyone that stands out? Yeah, I haven't been able to read them yet. Obviously, I'll answer everything one by one. But first, obviously, I will celebrate with my teammates. But I'm sure I'll have received messages, and I'm really pleased with that.
Vamos primero con el compañero de atrás que tenía levantada la mano, si no te sabe mal, y luego vamos contigo.
お疲れ様です。イ・ガイン選手との、トップ下と右とかのコンビネーションとか、イ・ガイン選手との、なんだろう、練習とかでのやり取りとか、なかなか感触的なものを聞きたいんですけど。
もともとガイン選手が入ってきたときに、自分にいろいろ話とか聞いてくれて、結構練習からでもE1-2とかいろいろあって、そこで自分が怪我してしまって、その代わりにって感じだったと思いますけど、全然誰と出ても僕は共存できると思いますし。変な話、日本人に近いプレースタイルというか、ヨーロッパの人とはまた違ったものを持っていて、自分的にはやりやすいかなと思います。
Con la última pregunta, si no hay más.
そのイ・ガイン選手にちなんでなんですが、同じアジア人ということもあって、特別仲良かったりしますか？
基本的に今回の4日間の遠征だったんですけど、年下メンバーはみんな仲良く、みんなでオフの日にちょっとセンターが行ったりだとか。いろいろできることは一緒にして、基本的に食事も一緒なので結構仲がいいと思いますね。
Vale, una pregunta más. No, pues gracias a todos. Hasta luego.
So thank you very much.
Pues acaba la rueda de prensa de Takefusa Kubo. Me perdonarán, pero servidor de ustedes el japonés no lo domina, así que no les puedo.
So obviously our apologies, but we cannot translate from Japanese.
Takefusa Kubo. Seguro que la afición asiática que nos sigue y mucho estará contenta de escuchar también en su idioma.
But obviously it will be very nice for our Japanese followers to be able to translate, to be able to understand the answers of him. But it's important to point out how he was saying that at the moment he hadn't helped the team as much as he thought he was. So because he has been injured, of course. So that's something to celebrate, that now he feels that he is playing his part in the team. And for his sake, we hope that he can still continue celebrating with us.
El Club Deportivo Mallorca, para decirlo bien, que el viernes tenemos otra transmisión importantísima en el Play Red Live.
So next Friday, obviously, we hope that you join us because we're going to have a very tough match again. One that, for example, came back and ended up with a 3-1 win over Barcelona recently, which is the Celta team. So we'll be with that on Friday evening. So thank you very much for watching. Enjoy your bank holiday if you have it.
Nos vemos el viernes.
And we'll see you on Friday.